Chapter 1755, Demon Dawn's Turmoil. Chapter 1755, Demon Dawn's Turmoil. 3 days later. In a massive silver battleship outside heaven-lifting Black Pagoda, the good fortune Saint Sun sat above a stone bed, deep in meditation. Then, a flame flickered in front of him. This was the light of a sound-transmitting talisman. A brief ray of thought penetrated into the good fortune Saint Sun's spiritual sea along with it. Reading this message, the good fortune Saint Sun grinned. "Your Highness Saint Sun, what are you so happy about?" A rainbow-clothed girl tittered and asked from beside the good fortune Saint Sun. The good fortune Saint Sun narrowed his eyes. He played with the burning embers of the sound-transmitting talisman and leisurely said, "The monster emperor has sent me a message. Xiao Moxian has agreed to marry me. As long as I propose at the Longevity Fest, she will agree." "Ho ho ho ho. Congratulations, Your Highness," the rainbow-clothed girl happily said. "I've already said that Your Highness Saint Sun is a dragon amongst men. There are countless teams of proud daughters among the saints that are just waiting for the Saint Sun to visit them. How could this Xiao Moxian possibly refuse Your Highness? If Your Highness Saint Sun is willing to dual cultivate with her and take her primordial yin, that is her good fortune." The rainbow-clothed girl smirked as she spoke. She really did think that Xiao Moxian had obtained a great bargain by being able to latch onto a thigh of the Saint Sun. This was because after the great calamity was over, the saints would capture the divine realm and rule the world. As for the good fortune Saint Sun, he would eventually become the new good fortune Saint Sovereign. At that time, Xiao Moxian would be a favored imperial concubine of the Saint Sovereign, so of course she would easily profit from all this. Humph. This is simply a union of benefits. The Monster Emperor and Empyrean Demon Dawn are both eagerly waiting for me to hand over the method of becoming a true divinity. However, even if I hand over the method to them, their chances of breaking into the true divinity realm are less than 1%, and even if they can, that is something that will only happen dozens of millions of years from now. As the good fortune Saint Sun spoke, he walked to a window. Looking out the porthole at the Black Pagoda of the monster race, the smile on his face became increasingly wide. At this time, the rainbow-clothed girl reached out from behind the good fortune Saint Sun and held onto his waist. In a spoiled tone she said, "That seductress has a physique that is very suited to dual cultivation, so being able to take her primordial yin is extremely beneficial. Although Your Highness Saint Sun has a new love, you shouldn't forget your old flames either." As the rainbow-clothed girl spoke, a hand gently rubbed against the good fortune Saint Sun like a spirit snake. "Ha ha." The good fortune Saint Sun grabbed the woman's arm and pulled her into his chest. He laughed, saying, "How could I forget the old? You follow me from your heart, but that Jixiana might not be the same. If she knows her limits and takes care of me calmly and without reserve, then I might give her a proper status." As the good fortune Saint Sun spoke, he picked up the rainbow-clothed girl and tossed her into the luxurious great chair. As she cried out in shock, the good fortune Saint Sun had already thrown himself onto her. For a time, the only sounds that filled the room were heated pants and moans. And behind this extravagant and obscene scene, outside of the porthole, the monster race's Black Pagoda stood tall, standing between the heavens and earth like an ancient dragon rising to the sky. A grey moon hung high in the sky. Cold starlight sprinkled down, covering the Black Pagoda. At the peak of the Black Pagoda, at a summit that stood 1,000,000 feet up into the air, a black-robed man stood quietly, his gaze looking out 100 miles towards the good fortune Saint Sun's silver battleship. The black-robed man's looks were cold and decisive. The edges and lines of his face were sharp and distinct. His eyes were like black gems, shining with a profound light. This man was Empyrean Demon Dawn. He had stood here for 3 days and 3 nights, not moving in the least. He was like a black stone sculpture that had stood here since time immemorial. "Ha!" A faint sigh sounded out from behind Empyrean Demon Dawn. A middle-aged-looking man in a red robe slowly stepped onto the summit. This person was the ruler of the monster race, the Monster Emperor. "Demon Dawn, if Xiana doesn't agree, will you really kill the child in her womb?" Empyrean Demon Dawn slightly shook. He turned his head, in the bright moonlight, his profile was illuminated a dark silver grey. He humorously chuckled. If you ask such a question, we must first be able to hide the matter of her pregnancy before even considering it. Empyrean Demon Dawn shook his head once more. He loathed Lin Ming from the depths of his heart for stealing away his granddaughter's chastity, and wished that he could tear Lin Ming to shreds. But no matter what happened, the reality was that the child in Xiao Morshen's womb had the bloodline of their monster and demon races. Moreover, when he investigated the child with his energy, he discovered that it was beyond ordinary. The child possessed a true phoenix bloodline and true dragon aura. Moreover, it also possessed a strength he could not understand. Although Empyrean Demon Dawn didn't know what the origin of this strength was, it made his heart inexplicably race. Moreover, this child hadn't formed a true fetus form, and yet it was already able to affect heaven and earth origin energy as well as the laws. This sort of talent was far too terrifying. If the saints discovered the existence of this child, they absolutely would not allow it to be born in the world. They would destroy it before then. The monster emperor said, "The energy lock you sealed away Xianus Dantian with comes from the heaven-absorbing demon art. It can swallow all origin energy as well as the pure yang energy and fetal energy within her. During the longevity feast, as long as Xiana doesn't reveal any flaws or arouse the suspicions of the saints, she should be able to conceal what happened." When Empyrean Demon Dawn had placed an energy lock within Xiao Morshen, although it was to threaten her, the main purpose was to protect her. "We must hide the truth, otherwise the consequences will be inconceivable," Empyrean Demon Dawn grimly said. At the longevity banquet, if Xiao Morshen's pregnancy became known by the good fortune Saint Sun and also made public there, the results would be unimaginable. This wasn't just a strike against the good fortune Saint Sun's face, this was completely ripping apart his face. In a situation where the saints were making a marriage alliance with the demon and monster races, the fiancé Xiao Morshen had already been stolen away by the top genius of humanity, Lin Ming, and even carried his child. The good fortune Saint Sun's head would turn so red it would likely blow up. Everyone under the heavens would laugh and jeer at the good fortune Saint Sun. Even within the saint race there would absolutely be some people and influences who didn't like the good fortune Saint Sun and would take advantage of this to stir up chaos. At that time, the good fortune Saint Sun would be blinded with rage and it was likely that their alliance would be ruined. It had to be known that compared to the saints, the monster and demon races didn't have much strength at all. The saints didn't necessarily need to ally with the monster and demon races. Their purpose in doing so was to strike at the confidence of humanity so that the saints would suffer fewer losses. But on the other hand, if the monster and demon races didn't ally with the saints, there was a 99% chance that the two races would be exterminated in the Great Calamity. The safest path to take was naturally to kill the child in Xiao Morshen's womb. But Empyrean Demon Dawn was well aware that if he did this, he would lose his granddaughter forever. The next time they met in the future, it would be as blood-sworn enemies. That damned little beast. Empyrean Demon Dawn suddenly gripped his fists, his knuckles crackling. He wished he could tear apart Lin Ming. The truth was that dozens of years ago, not long after Xiao Morshen arrived at the Azura Road, Monster Prince Juyu had sent Old Blue a message which included the news Xiao Morshen was traveling together within someone. Monster Prince Juyu's message had been filled with grievances. At the time, from the clues given, Empyrean Demon Dawn suspected this person was Lin Ming. At that point, whether it was Empyrean Demon Dawn or the Monster Emperor, neither of them ever thought that things would develop to this stage. Lin Ming, arg. If it wasn't for the Great Calamity then it would have been appropriate for Xiana to be with him. But what a pity, the times will not accommodate them. The Great Calamity is soon to arrive and he is too young. I estimate that within the next several hundred years, the true Great Calamity will erupt. At that time, Lin Ming will not be any older than 500 years. A 500-year-old junior, what use will he be in the face of a Great Calamity that has swept up the fates of two races? He is simply asking for death. The Monster Emperor shook his head. Let alone Lin Ming, just how much could Empyrean Divine Dream do when faced with the terrifying might of the Saint race? Humph. Life to 500 years. It's already more than enough for him to live long enough to fulfill his 100-year battle with the good fortune Saint Sun. Right now, Empyrean Demon Dawn felt bothered whenever Lin Ming's name was mentioned. This wasn't just because Lin Ming had left a massive pile of trouble for them to cover up, but also because Empyrean Demon Dawn felt that Lin Ming had stolen his granddaughter from him. From his previous exchange with Xiao Moxian, he noticed that every time she spoke up it was to help Lin Ming, even opposing her grandfather to do so. How could he not be angered? A 100-year battle. I really do hope that Lin Ming can win, or at the very least not lose in an ugly manner. But unfortunately, that is impossible. The Monster Emperor said, dark clouds rising in his heart. In the depths of his heart he certainly hoped that humanity could survive the great calamity. After all, when the humans ruled the divine realm, the monster race was able to live on. But if the saints were to rule the divine realm, it was unknown what their situation would be. Even though the Monster Emperor knew this logic, he had no other choice he could make. When one was weaker than someone else, they could only bow their head in defeat. Empyrean Demon Dawn let out a deep sigh. He looked in the distance, his eyes filled with bleak sorrow. Facing the changing momentum of the world, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. It was like becoming an Empyrean was all in vain. Whether it was his granddaughter's happiness or the future of the monster and demon races, everything was spiraling out of his control. If this was all he could accomplish in the entirety of his life, that was truly too much of a failure. As Empyrean Demon Dawn and the Monster Emperor were at a loss for what path to take, in Xiao Moxian's room, the entire chamber was filled with an intoxicating fragrance. A 100-square-foot pool was filled with scintillating flower petals. The air was blurry with mist. "Miss, please undress." Several maids wearing thin gauze knelt on the ground, each of them holding a variety of bathing tools as they waited upon Xiao Moxian. Looking at the carefully mixed pool of water, Xiao Moxian's demeanor was blasé. She removed her layers of clothing, revealing a perfect body. She gently lifted her right foot, her pearly toes stepping onto the walls of the pool. Her snow-white legs were so enchanting that they left one blinded with beauty. She slowly stepped into the pool, her body sinking in. The mist was like a dream. Xiao Moxian submerged herself in the pool. The several maids respectfully walked near Xiao Moxian, taking off their thin gauze clothes and stepping into the pool with her, beginning to help wipe down her body. Her porcelain-perfect skin dripped with crystalline beads of water. Her body was like a flower collecting the morning dew, leaving one mesmerized. "Miss, please take this off." Several maids wanted to help Xiao Moxian wash her chest, but strung at her chest was a strangely exotic necklace. With this necklace in the way, it was naturally inconvenient to wash her chest. "You leave, I will wash myself." Xiao Moxian frowned, as if she were unhappy that these maids were touching her chest. The several maids panicked as they saw Xiao Moxian become somewhat disgruntled. "Leave." Xiao Moxian's voice was harsh. But her right hand grasped her necklace, holding it tight. To Xiao Moxian, this necklace held extraordinary significance. Chapter 1756, 1000-Mile Heart Link. Chapter 1756, 1000-Mile Heart Link. "But, miss." The several maids kneeled in the water, confusion and panic coloring their faces. The Monster Emperor had commanded them to not allow Xiao Moxian to leave their line of sight for even a single moment. Although it was said to be serving her, the truth was that it was monitoring her. With Xiao Moxian's character, she wouldn't sit around and do nothing. She would try everything within her power to make something happen. If no one was watching over her at all moments, who knew what would happen? The Monster Emperor and Empyrean Demon Dawn wouldn't feel relieved either. "Leave." Xiao Moxian's expression was cold. "When I'm bathing I do not like others staring at me from the side." This. The several maids looked to each other. If Xiao Moxian was telling them to leave, they really didn't know what to do. "Miss, please don't cause trouble for us. We are merely following the Monster Emperor's orders and cannot leave you. At most we can stand near the door." The several maids moved out and quietly fell back to the entrance. Xiao Moxian's bathing chamber was extremely large and the entrance was around 100 feet from the bathing pool. When the maids left, Xiao Moxian quieted down. She took a deep breath and slowly sank into the water. Her shimmering skin and luscious curves submerged into the water. Finally, even her head went down under. Her long black hair was like a black rose blooming in a lake as it scattered outwards. Warm waves of water rippled along her body. Although this should have been comfortable, at this moment Xiao Moxian only felt exceptionally lonely. She slowly traced the strange and exotic necklace hanging down on her chest. This necklace couldn't be called beautiful at all. In fact, many people would consider it somewhat ugly. The chain was overly thick and uncomfortable to wear, and the design itself was crude and simple, without any feminine elegance. The reason Xiao Moxian carried this necklace with her was because it was the first gift Lin Ming had given her. It had a pleasant-sounding name, the 1,000-mile heart link. After Xiao Moxian was placed under house arrest by Empyrean Demon Dawn, all of her strength had been sealed away. Besides her extraordinary physique, in all other aspects she was similar to a mortal. In this situation, it would be difficult for Xiao Moxian to contact Lin Ming and impossible for her to tell him about her upcoming marriage proposal from the saints. However, because of this necklace, everything had turned around. Lin Ming had purchased this necklace at Divine Rune City's treasure fair before the auction began. He had spent 30 million contribution points in order to buy it. This necklace could record a person's soul aura. The owner of this necklace could contact the person whose soul aura was recorded within. No matter how far apart they were, as long as they were in the same universe, they could contact each other. However, this necklace could only be used to communicate between two specific people. Due to its niche function and the high cost to create one, its price had been incredibly high. Even an Empyrean spirit treasure was only several 100 million points. In other words, this necklace was worth 1/10 of an Empyrean spirit treasure. Another restriction was that this necklace was limited to the Azura Road in use. However, before she and Lin Ming left the Azura Road, he had tinkered with the necklace and told her she could use it in the divine realm. Xiao Moxian had already recorded Lin Ming's soul aura in the necklace. Now, it was her first time using it. Her thoughts focused on the 1,000-mile heart link. Xiao Moxian began to whisper Lin Ming's name. She was extremely afraid. With her strength being sealed, she didn't know whether she had the ability to use this necklace. But now she could only try her best, even if there was no hope left. Xiao Moxian's chanting whispers carried with them her final hopes and message. She sent them into the unknown void, and beneath the mysterious pull of the laws, they departed from the monster race's great pagoda, veering towards the silver spirit ship that was flying away from Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. Lin Ming the Monster Emperor's Grand Longevity Feast will begin in several more days. Tomorrow we will go to the monster race's Black Pagoda. In the silver spirit ship, Empyrean Divine Dream was advising Lin Ming. Lin Ming bowed. Junior understands, Senior Divine Dream. I will prepare to my best. You don't need to make any special preparations. The only reason I am telling you this again is to urge you not to come into conflict with the good fortune Saint's son at the banquet. He cannot do anything to you. If he provokes you, you need not pay attention to him. Do not forget, you are far younger than he is. No one will laugh at you for ignoring him. Rather, they will simply think that the good fortune Saint's son is bullying you. Do you understand? I understand, Lin Ming nodded. In truth, he didn't mind waiting the full 100 years to fight the good fortune Saint's son. Because if that were true, the good fortune Saint's son would have even less of a chance of victory, and concealing his own abilities would also give him an advantage. Just as Lin Ming was about to request to leave, at this time, he shook and froze on the spot. An unbelievable sound transmission rang out in his mind, the contents of it leaving him shock. What? Lin Ming was left at a complete loss. Xiana said, she's pregnant. I actually have a child. All of this had happened far too quickly. With the great calamity approaching, Lin Ming simply didn't want to have any children at all. He was afraid that after the child was born, it would have to face a cruel and brutal war. But the plans of the heavens superseded those of man. For Xiao Moxian, having a child was originally an incredibly difficult matter. When Lin Ming was together with Xiao Moxian, he had listened to her more than once speak about how she might never have any children in her lifetime. Because of this reason, Xiao Moxian had always been covered in a faint layer of gloom. Now that Xiao Moxian was finally pregnant, this should have been an event worthy of endless excitement and joy. But from Xiao Moxian's tone, Lin Ming could hear no joy or happiness. Rather, there was only worry and sorrow. Lin Ming's heart felt gripped. He was well aware that in her current situation, this child would place her in danger. He anxiously said, "Xiana, has the matter of your pregnancy been discovered?" Lin Ming tried to respond to Xiao Moxian's voice with his soul force. As he asked this, on the other end of the 1,000-mile heart link, Xiao Moxian trembled, tears quietly flowing from her eyes. With her having lost her strength, even with the 1,000-mile heart link, she wasn't sure that she could contact Lin Ming. Now, as she had nearly lost all hope in despair, as she had to face the threats of her heartless grandfather, as she had to soon agree to marriage with the good fortune saint's son, she had finally heard Lin Ming's voice. Xiao Moxian could no longer suppress the feelings within her heart. "I've been discovered. I didn't know I was pregnant at the start, otherwise I would have waited until the child was born before returning to the monster race. Big brother Lin, what can I do? I've already been placed under house arrest by grandfather. My grandfather, he..." Xiao Moxian related all of her experiences in the monster race and demon race to Lin Ming, including Empyrean Demon Dawn threatening her with her child's life to agree to marriage with the good fortune saint's son. On the stone bed that Lin Ming was sitting on, a crack suddenly appeared. This was because due to Lin Ming's rage, energy had involuntarily rushed out from his body. Empyrean Divine Dream was startled upon seeing this. "Lin Ming, what is it?" At that moment, Empyrean Divine Dream had felt a strange energy spread into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. As for what it meant, she didn't know. Empyrean Divine Dream also didn't understand the Azura laws. Lin Ming remained silent, not able to immediately reply to Divine Dream. At this time, Xiao Moxian's voice sounded out in his mind once more. "Big brother Lin, I don't want to agree to the marriage, but I cannot lose my child." As Xiao Moxian was soaking in the bathing pool, her tears washed into the water, making it slightly salty. Lin Ming could understand the meaning within Xiao Moxian's words. For the child within her womb, she was willing to do anything. In a situation where she had no choice, she could only agree to marry the good fortune saint's son. This was something Lin Ming could absolutely not accept. Lin Ming gripped his fists, his knuckles releasing explosive crackling sounds. In the end, he was just far too weak. If he could completely annihilate the saint race by himself, would Xiao Moxian have to face all of this? "Don't worry, you will always have me. I will not allow anyone to harm our child, nor will I allow others to steal you away. You do not need to consent to the saint's son's marriage, but do not offend your grandfather either. Leave the rest to me." Lin Ming's words echoed through the laws of the 1,000-mile heart link and into Xiao Moxian's ears. For a time, this was the only sound in Xiao Moxian's world. "Don't worry, you will always have me." With these words, it was like all of Xiao Moxian's grief and sorrow had instantly disappeared. In her life, she always believed that she could stand alone, that all she needed was to be strong. But after meeting Lin Ming and especially after discovering she had a child, she discovered that she also desired to be protected and cared for. Chapter 1757, Longevity Feast. Chapter 1757, Longevity Feast. Lin Ming, what happened? Did someone send you a sound transmission? Empyrean Divine Dream looked towards Lin Ming, asking him once more. Lin Ming took a deep breath. Then, he truthfully said, "Yes, someone sent me a sound transmission. It was Xiao Moxian." "Xiao Moxian?" Empyrean Divine Dream looked at Lin Ming with surprise. "It seems you met with Xiao Moxian in the Azura Road?" Empyrean Divine Dream naturally knew that when Lin Ming went to the Azura Road to adventure, Xiao Moxian had also gone there. It wasn't strange for them to meet in the Azura Road and even become friends. And if Xiao Moxian were to send Lin Ming a sound transmission now, Empyrean Divine Dream thought it would be Xiao Moxian disclosing some inside information on the monster and demon races to Lin Ming. Towards anything related to the monster and demon races, Empyrean Divine Dream certainly was concerned. This was because their attitudes towards the saints and humans were connected to the Great Calamity. If the monster and demon races were to ally with the saints, that would be a massive blow to the confidence of humanity. "What did Xiao Moxian say?" Empyrean Divine Dream asked, highly concerned about the contents of the sound transmission. Seeing Empyrean Divine Dream's concerned expression, Lin Ming bitterly smiled. He slowly said, "She said she is pregnant, and that the child is mine." After Lin Ming said these words, even the normally ethereal Empyrean divine dream, who never seemed as if anything could affect her mood, suddenly flashed her eyes wide open. What did you say?" Empyrean divine dream looked at Lin Ming with utter disbelief etched on her face. "Xiao Moxian is pregnant with your child." You. The shock value of Lin Ming's words was too great. Empyrean divine dream wasn't able to come up with an immediate response. She knew what status Xiao Moxian had in the monster and demon races. She was even faintly aware that Xiao Moxian was one of the main chips in the potential alliance between the monster and demon races with the saints. But now, Xiao Moxian was carrying Lin Ming's child. If the good fortune saint's son were to find out about this, no one knew just how he would react. Does Empyrean Demon Dawn know about this? What divine dream was concerned about the most was Empyrean Demon Dawn's stance on this matter. Lin Ming nodded and briefly reiterated Xiao Moxian's heartbreaking experiences. After Empyrean divine dream listened to him, she let out a deep breath. She had already expected that this would be the route he would take. "Lin Ming, about this. I don't have a good solution yet either." Empyrean divine dream shook her head. Lin Ming was originally a perfect match for Xiao Moxian, and they even had a child together. If there was no great calamity, she could definitely bring Lin Ming to the demon race to propose and help facilitate the marriage. Unfortunately, that was now impossible. No matter how much more talented Lin Ming was, it was a useless endeavor. To the monster and demon races, what they cared about was the present. As for things in the future, that could be left to discuss in the future. With the upcoming eruption of the Great Calamity, both of their races were in a perilous state, teetering on extinction. Who knew whether or not they would still have a future? Lin Ming fell silent. Empyrean Divine Dream said, "Lin Ming, don't be impulsive. Some matters simply cannot be helped. I will try my best to change Empyrean Demon Dawn's mind, not just for you, but also for the human race. No matter how slim our hopes are, this is something I must do. A few days from now will be the longevity feast. I know that you will be in an uncomfortable and even unbearable mood, but no matter what, you must not enrage Empyrean Demon Dawn. His most beloved granddaughter is now pregnant with your child, and he must loathe you from the depths of his heart. If you argue with him at the longevity feast, it will only add oil to the fire and make matters even worse." As Empyrean Divine Dream spoke, she stood up and floated away. These past days, she had been constantly negotiating with the monster and demon races, trying to get a hold on what stance they planned to take in the Great Calamity. But the results had left her feeling anxious. Perhaps humanity really would lose two allies in the monster and demon races. If so, then Lin Ming's love towards Xiao Moxian would undoubtedly turn into tragedy. Thinking of this, Empyrean Divine Dream's mood was shrouded in dark clouds. The monster and demon races could bow their heads in submission, but humanity had no path of retreat. Time passed a day at a time. Xiao Moxian was placed under house arrest in her chambers. All day she would spend her time eating, bathing, sleeping, or idling around. The monster emperor had come to see Xiao Moxian several times. However, Xiao Moxian remained completely silent as if she didn't see him. The monster emperor could only let out a deep sigh at this. He knew that whatever he said was useless. For the sake of their races, for the survival of their people, they had to sacrifice Xiao Moxian. This was simply far too unfair to her. Especially now, they had even threatened her with her child. Thus, each time the monster emperor visited, he could only order the maids to serve Xiao Moxian attentively and leave behind some nourishing heavenly materials before quietly leaving. These heavenly materials were processed by the maids and turned into soups, dishes, and other forms of meals. As for Xiao Moxian, she welcomed this and ate it all down. No matter how sad she was, Xiao Moxian wouldn't go on a hunger strike out of spite. All of the spirit medicines, every bowl of spirit food, Xiao Moxian would earnestly eat them up, all for the child in her womb. She was well aware that the child she had with Lin Ming possessed extraordinary talent. Although the child was still only in its most basic form within her stomach, it was actually able to absorb heaven and earth origin energy. In any event, She could not waste this child's talent and affect its growth. While Xiao Moxian was under house arrest, more and more heroes from all over the universe began catching up to the monster race. The monster race's Black Pagoda became increasingly lively. Great influences from all over had converged here. Just looking at human Empyreans alone, there were over a dozen of them. As for the saints, they also brought several top Empyreans. They followed the good fortune Saint Sun and moved into the most opulent and distinguished mansion in the monster race's Black Pagoda. Every day, there would be people from the monster and saint races entering and leaving the mansion that the saints were living in. All sorts of top-quality items and beautiful women were brought into the mansion. The banquets there continued without end, and every night the air was filled with music and song. The human Empyreans saw all of this, but they were helpless to do anything. During this time period, Lin Ming also entered the monster race's Black Pagoda. From the moment that Lin Ming stepped into the Black Pagoda, he didn't take a single step out of his room. Rather, he sat alone in his chamber. All around Lin Ming, heaven and earth origin energy slowly gathered, flowing through his meridians. A black will quietly floated in front of him. His naked upper body revealed a sublime musculature, his lines perfect. His inner world contained an unfathomably deep strength. For the rest of the days, Lin Ming spent every moment in cultivation. In the limitless road of martial arts, this period of time was nothing to speak of. But with these several days of cultivation, Lin Ming was able to adjust his body, divine soul, and inner world to their peak condition. He already had a foreboding feeling that this longevity feast would be filled with tension. It was likely that swords would be drawn. Empyrean Demon Dawn. Good Fortune Saint Sun. Lin Ming quietly spoke these two names. In front of him lay a simple black spear. This black spear seemed to have been condensed through the endless rivers of time. Just by looking at it, one felt their heart tremble. This spear was the Black Dragon spear that Lin Ming had obtained in the final trial. With the divine spear in his hand, Lin Ming quietly rubbed the spear shaft. The cold brightness of it shimmered in the dark chamber. He had been sitting here all night. The sun was soon to rise. And today was the Monster Emperor's longevity feast. Chapter 1758, Reunion of Young Elites. Chapter 1758, Reunion of Young Elites. Sir Lin, are you ready? Senior Divine Dream wishes to inform you that it is time to leave. The voice of a maid echoed out from the other side of Lin Ming's room. Lin Ming lightly said, I understand. After wrapping the spear shaft with a strip of cloth, Lin Ming put the spear away and stood up. Although this was called attending a grand longevity feast banquet, to Lin Ming it was the same as stepping onto a battlefield. At this time, Lin Ming heard Xiao Moxian's sound transmission. Big Brother Lin, my grandfather just came and placed several spells on my body so that no one can make out any differences in me. My time in the longevity feast will be short. Moreover, I will need to agree to the good fortune Saint Sun's proposal in front of everyone. Xiao Moxian's voice was a bit restless. Lin Ming only said, do not agree to him. Leave everything else to me. Millimeter. Hearing Lin Ming's voice once more, Xiao Moxian's heart warmed and her unease faded away. Miss, please hurry, we still must comb your hair and help you change clothes. At this time, Xiao Moxian heard the shout of a maid. They were worried that Xiao Moxian was planning some little trick to cause a problem at the longevity feast. If that happened, even 10,000 deaths wouldn't be enough of a punishment. I'm coming. Xiao Moxian coldly said. It had been difficult for her to get some time alone from these maids, and she couldn't delay them too long. 2 hours later, the Monster Emperor's grand longevity feast finally began. The group that Lin Ming traveled with gathered at a specified area. On the fresh grass, two white-clothed women were talking and laughing. Although their appearances were clearly different, they gave off a feeling of similarity. As the two women stood there, when combined with the wonderful background around them, it brought a completely natural sense of harmony. Senior apprentice sister. Miss Mo, Lin Ming was surprised to see these two women. These two were the sisters Mo Eversnow and Mo Brightmoon. Originally, Mo Eversnow and Mo Brightmoon had stayed at Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, so Lin Ming didn't think they would suddenly arrive at the monster race. Lin Ming, You finally left seclusion. Mo Eversnow looked at Lin Ming, her eyes deep and complex. Now that she was reunited with her sister, all of her wishes had been brought to completion. The truth was that Mo Eversnow had already come several days ago. But in these past days Lin Ming had been deep in seclusion in order to confront the scene of the longevity feast, thus she only saw him today. She had learned from her little sister that Tian Mingzi had been killed by Lin Ming using tricks and tactics. Although Lin Ming had drawn support from a death zone, for him to do so still left Mo Eversnow incomparably shocked. To know that the deep hatred and animosity she had been shouldering for 50,000 years had been avenged all of a sudden, Mo Eversnow felt it all a bit unreal. Senior apprentice sister, you also came? Compared to dozens of years ago, Mo Eversnow seemed to have stepped onto a completely different road of cultivation. Even Lin Ming found it hard to see through her boundary. This didn't mean that Mo Eversnow was stronger than Lin Ming. But, because she had borrowed the mortal body of the goddess from the primal god race, Heavenly Empress Shenqing, in many cases it was impossible to judge her strength using common sense. Lin Ming could confirm that in these past several dozen years, Mo Eversnow had been following Empyrean Divine Dream in Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, training in the cultivation methods left behind by the ancient primal god race. It was inevitable that her strength would ascend to a completely new level. The laws of the god race were also one of the 33 heavenly Taos. Millimeter, when Miss Frost Dream left seclusion, we came together. As Mo Eversnow spoke, amongst the many attending maids from Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, Lin Ming could see a blue-clothed girl looking like a fairy that had fallen from the heavens, elegant and unstained by the mortal world. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. This blue-clothed girl was Frost Dream, someone Lin Ming hadn't seen for a long time. Lin Ming already knew that Frost Dream was a reincarnation avatar of Divine Dream. As he looked at Frost Dream once more, he could feel that her aura was becoming increasingly similar to Divine Dream's. Perhaps in the near future, the two of them would fuse together as one. At that time, Empyrean Divine Dream would truly step into the realm of true divinity. However, it was unknown whether or not she could accomplish that before the great calamity erupted. Lin Ming turned towards Frost Dream and faintly smiled, greeting her. Frost Dream slightly bowed in response, not saying anything. From the time he met her, she had always had a cold and distant personality. Lin Ming, when you killed Tian Mingzi, did you happen to keep his bones or head? Mo Eversnow grit her teeth beside Lin Ming. The hatred she felt towards Tian Mingzi was far too entrenched in her bones. She wanted to see Tian Mingzi's severed head with her own eyes. Lin Ming shook his head. Tian Mingzi's mortal body has already been destroyed. But his soul is sealed in my myriad demon karmic wheel. After the longevity feast ends, I can show him to senior apprentice sister. Great. Mo Eversnow took a deep breath, gripping her fists tight. She said in a low voice, Lin Ming, thank you. Senior apprentice sister, there is no need to thank me like a stranger. Lin Ming smiled. At this time, Empyrean Divine Dream arrived. Let us go, she lightly said. At the same time, Empyrean Divine Dream also cast Lin Ming a deep look. Lin Ming understood the significance in her gaze. She hoped that he would act accordingly in the longevity feast and wouldn't suffer a loss. Lin Ming nodded, expressing that he knew what he had to do. Empyrean Divine Dream didn't say anything further. Everything that could be said had already been said. She believed that with Lin Ming's personality, he would never do something that was beyond his control. Like this, the group flew into the skies. As Lin Ming followed Divine Dream to the longevity feast, he was actually shocked by the inside background of the monster race. So, it seemed that sealed within the monster race's heaven-lifting black pagoda, there was actually a sea. The sea was incomparably proud. Origin energy was thick in the air as high and mighty waves tumbled about. Without a doubt, this was a world that the monster race had sealed within the black pagoda. However, this world was far too large. To seal such a large world into the black pagoda, this was too shocking. At least, Lin Ming didn't believe that the monster emperor had the ability to accomplish such a feat. The monster race has an extremely deep background. In the ancient past, their people also produced true divinities, Divine Dream faintly said from beside Lin Ming. In the past, The monster race used to be one of the ancient races. 7 to 8 billion years ago to 10 billion years ago, the monster race was incomparably magnificent. Compared to humanity's inheritances, theirs were far, far longer. Unfortunately, they have already declined, and it's unknown just how much longer they will be able to continue living on for. Empyrean Divine Dream sighed as she spoke. Lin Ming knew that as she spoke about the monster race, she was also worried about the human race. If the rabbit dies, the fox also grieves. It was easy to have sympathy for someone in similar distress. Humanity's future was just as muddled and chaotic as the monster race's was. In the vast universes of the 33 heavens, there had never been a race which was able to live prosperously forever. Is the god race also an ancient race? Lin Ming suddenly asked, looking at Mo Eversnow. Mo Eversnow had possessed the body of Heavenly Empress Shenqing, and Heavenly Empress Shenqing had come from the primal god race. Yes. 10 billion years ago, out of all the ancient races, the primal god race was the most powerful of them all, thus the reason they dared to call themselves the god race. Their race has a small population, but every individual among them is extraordinary beyond belief. The god race is likely the most perfect race that the heavens have ever created. The second time that Lin Ming went to the eternal demon abyss, he had heard from the remnant soul of Empyrean Primordius disciple about the god race. The god race possessed a formidable divine soul, mortal body, and inner world. They were able to cultivate essence, energy, and divine. From the moment they were born they possessed great strength and a talent that defied the will of the heavens. Not just that, but their lifespan was 10 times longer than that of a human. They were indeed existences that defied heaven's logic. Unfortunately, even such a race wasn't able to prosper forever. Their people declined over time, and several 100,000 years ago they had neared extinction. It seemed that afterwards, Heavenly Empress Shenqing and Empyrean Primordius had built the Samsara road together. Their goal was to draw support from the mighty strength of reincarnation through Samsara and find the thread of hope for the survival of the primal god race. But in the end, they had failed. The monster emperor's longevity feast was on an island deep in the center of the sea. This island alone was 800 miles in diameter. All around this island were smaller islands that surrounded it like planets around a sun, dotting the landscape. And in the seas amongst these islands, there were countless massive monster beasts, patrolling back and forth. There were deep-sea black turtles, horned sea flood dragons, heaven-swallowing pythons, sea hydras, and so forth. These sea beasts were titanic in size and each one surpassed a holy lord in strength. All of them obeyed the commands of the monster race. If they were to battle, they would be a terrifying force. Senior Divine Dream, Brother Lin Ming. Suddenly, in the far-off distance, a voice echoed out. Someone strode forwards in greeting, sending their regards first to Empyrean Divine Dream and then Lin Ming. This person was unexpectedly White King, Empyrean Vast Universe's core disciple. At the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, he had fought with Lin Ming on the arena stage. Behind White King, there was a large and strong team of people. It was clear that Empyrean Vast Universe had also come. Long time no see. Lin Ming greeted. As he saw White King again, he felt his heart fill with emotion. For this longevity feast it was likely that all of the top young elites of the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, those like Dragon Fang, Han Kai, and Jun Blue Moon, would also come. Of course, one of the main leads of this event, Xiao Moxian, was also one of the top geniuses from that year's First Martial Meeting. However, at the time of the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, Lin Ming would never have thought that he would one day come together with that overly arrogant and sometimes insufferably cute Xiao Moxian. It could only be said that fate was far too wonderful. Almost 100 years had passed since that first martial meeting. Thinking back to those days, everyone had been far too young and filled with passion. Now that they met again, it was natural to be filled with emotion. Chapter 1759, Meeting the Saint Sun. Chapter 1759, Meeting the Saint Sun. Lin Ming's expectations were correct. After arriving on the island, he soon ran into another acquaintance, Mount Potala's Han Kai. Han Kai wore linen robes. It was plain and clean. Mount Potala's group only consisted of 3 people, making them seem a bit lonely. Battle Buddha Emperor Sokya and Great Limitless Buddha hadn't come. Benefactor Lin, it's been a while. Han Kai gathered his palms together, a bright smile on his face. Even after so many years, he hadn't changed at all. After Han Kai looked over Lin Ming's cultivation, he was a bit amazed before immediately relaxing. He wryly smiled and said, Benefactor Lin is truly an outstanding individual. This poor monk's cultivation used to be higher than Benefactor Lin's by 2 small boundaries, but now I have fallen behind instead. Han Kai shook his head. Lin Ming's current cultivation had slowly left the rest of the younger generation in the dust. And in truth, cultivation was only secondary. What was terrifying about Lin Ming was his combat strength. In the Azura Road, Lin Ming had studied the Azura Sutra as well as inherited the Azura blood. His combat strength had reached incomprehensible levels. Brother Han Kai is too modest. Come, let us go together. Lin Ming bowed in return. He had an extremely good impression of Mount Potala. In the past, Great Limitless Buddha had given him a deep graciousness. If it wasn't for Mount Potala's body tree, it would have been incredibly difficult for Lin Ming to fuse his 3 martial intents together. The further they went into the island, the more heroic young elites and outstanding people there were. At the center of the island there was a massive dangling palace. This was where the Monster Emperor's longevity feast would be held. All around the palace were soaring spirit birds and auspicious beasts. As they flew through the clouds and mist, they were beautiful to behold. In addition, there were divine carriages, spirit boats, and private vehicles from all sorts of great influences, all of them exorbitantly expensive. When they were all gathered together, they created a magnificent scene. To be able to sit at the innermost seats of the palace, all of those people were heroes amongst heroes. Just counting Empyrean-level powerhouses, there were over 20 of them. And as for the elites of the younger generation, although they could also enter the innermost depths of the palace, they could only sit on relatively far seats. This included Lin Ming. As for Mo Bright Moon and Mo Eversnow, those that lacked enough strength or status, they could only sit in the same position as Lin Ming. After that, the followers of the various great influences were only able to stay outside the dangling palace. Lin Ming arrived at his seat and sat down. As he closed his eyes in meditation, he suddenly felt a sharp and fierce killing intent shoot towards him. This killing intent caused Lin Ming's heart to chill. He nearly extracted the Phoenix blood spear. As he turned his head to look towards the direction of this killing intent, all he saw was a tall man standing on a stone platform, his eyes locked onto him like 2 bolts of thunder. This person was Empyrean Demon Dawn. Lin Ming's breathing deepened. He could feel a massive pressure push down on him. In the Grand Longevity Feast it was naturally impossible for Empyrean Demon Dawn to strike out at Lin Ming, but even so, he couldn't suppress his anger and tried to use his aura to shock Lin Ming. If it were an ordinary half-step Holy Lord martial artist, being suppressed to death by Empyrean Demon Dawn's aura was something that could occur in just a moment. Brat, you still dare to come here. It seems your courage isn't small. Empyrean Demon Dawn's voice was ice cold. His sound transmission struck like a thunderclap in Lin Ming's ears, as if he wanted to shatter Lin Ming's eardrums. Senior Demon Dawn. Lin Ming cupped his fists together. In the depths of this aura that was as wild and dangerous as a storm, he could only barely maintain his calm. If Empyrean Demon Dawn were to increase the pressure, then he would have to open the heretical god force and use more strength. At the end, he might even need to use the Azura blood. Who the hell is your senior? Stop trying to act close to me. You stole away my granddaughter's primordial yin and I will never forget this matter. Even if Divine Dream is protecting you, sooner or later I will have you pay for what you did. Empyrean Demon Dawn's voice was aggressive and fierce. Lin Ming could only remain silent. Like Empyrean Divine Dream said, Empyrean Demon Dawn was in a furious rage right now. Moreover, his original temperament was cruel and ruthless and he hated others arguing against him. Thus, if Lin Ming were to say anything else at this time, it would simply have the opposite effect. Brat, from this day on Xiana has nothing to do with you. Who do you think you are? In this great calamity you are nothing more than an ant. You think you're invincible just because you have a little bit of talent. In front of a true divinity, what use is your talent? Empyrean Demon Dawn was breathless with anger. He increased his pressure again and again, intending to force Lin Ming into an embarrassing situation. Lin Ming frowned. He would soon need to open the heretical god force to withstand this pressure. But at this time, not too far away from Lin Ming, Empyrean Divine Dream spoke a gentle millimeter. Although this simple sound was as light as a spring breeze, it immediately blew away all of Empyrean Demon Dawn's formidable momentum. Demon Dawn, at this longevity feast it seems as if you're not in the best of moods. Empyrean Divine Dream lightly said. Empyrean Demon Dawn's words caught in his throat. As he looked at Empyrean Divine Dream, he took a deep breath. Although he had only used a small amount of strength in his aura to suppress Lin Ming just now, all of it had been scattered away by Empyrean Divine Dream's faint voice. This left Demon Dawn shocked. Her level of cultivation had reached an inconceivable boundary. This divine dream, how can she already be close to becoming a true divinity? Facing the serene and indifferent divine dream, Empyrean Demon Dawn felt as if he were looking into a bottomless lake. He simply couldn't imagine what boundary she had reached. If Divine Dream was already a half-step true divinity, then if she fused together with Frost Dream, it wouldn't be impossible for her to break into the realm of true divinity. If Divine Dream was able to break through the boundary of true divinity, then humanity's strength would have to be re-examined once again. Although they would still be inferior to the saints, they would at least have some capital to contend with them. As Empyrean Demon Dawn and Empyrean Divine Dream were confronting each other, at this time a brilliant divine light filled the palace. A golden divine carriage flew into the main hall, pulled by several horned flood dragons. Who is that? How arrogant, they actually drove their carriage into the main hall. Many young elites were startled. Their carriages and spirit boats had all been parked outside of the palace, and as for their followers, they definitely weren't allowed to take a single step inside. As everyone looked towards the carriage, they saw a white-clothed youth standing proudly upon it. And beside him was a seductive young woman. In front of this man and woman was a middle-aged man in battle armor. This middle-aged man had an aura as deep as the sea, no worse than that of Empyrean Demon Dawn. Without a doubt, this middle-aged man was also a peak Empyrean, Saint Empyrean, the good fortune Saint's son. Someone cried out in alarm. During the years that Lin Ming ventured into the Azura Road, the good fortune Saint's son had already become well known by everyone in the divine realm. In front of the good fortune Saint's son, there wasn't a single junior within the divine realm that was able to summon the energy to face him. This was because dozens of years ago, when the good fortune Saint's son first came to the divine realm, he had challenged many mighty masters of humanity. These masters weren't common people of their generation. Even so, they had all lost to the good fortune Saint's son. Several years ago, the good fortune Saint's son had even defeated a human great world king. After that battle, the good fortune Saint's son's reputation and prestige had been pushed to a terrifying new height. Upon mentioning the name of the good fortune Saint's son, the juniors of humanity weren't able to summon any fighting fervor at all. Even if they hated him or criticized him in their hearts, they couldn't help but accept his strength. The difference was just far too great. So it was the good fortune Saint's son. No wonder they arrogantly entered like this, even driving their carriage into the main hall. Lower your voice. Be careful that he doesn't hear you. Although he can't do anything to you at this longevity feast, afterwards he might come to the gates of your sect and challenge your sect master. If that happens, you'll really be in bad luck, several people said. Immediately, many people that were dissatisfied with the good fortune Saint's son suddenly shut up. At this time, the good fortune Saint's son arrived at the area of the Empyreans and sat down in a grandiose manner, his legs splayed out wide. Sitting on the side of the good fortune Saint's son was the human race's Empyrean Traceless. Empyrean Traceless frowned, but eventually didn't say anything. In all fairness, if the good fortune Saint's son was able to defeat a great world king, that meant he had some ability to contend with the supreme elders of the older generation. The key factor among this was his young age. After several hundred more years, it was likely he would reach an Empyrean level of strength, so sitting in this area was also well within reason. Moreover, the monster race had a close relationship with the saints, so they definitely wouldn't oppose the actions of their guests. Haha, It's been many years since I've seen your highness the Saint Sun, and yet your strength has increased even more. On the side of the monster race, someone immediately sent out a warm welcome. This person was an imperial scholar of the monster race. Middle Holy Lord Realm. Several high-ranking ministers of the monster race sighed in praise. The good fortune Saint Sun had broken into the Middle Holy Lord Realm several years ago, and his strength had greatly increased. It was also at that time he had defeated a human world king. Now, with several years having passed, the good fortune Saint Sun's foundation had consolidated and he was likely stronger than before. It's just the Middle Holy Lord Realm, not much at all. The good fortune Saint Sun shook his head, as if all these achievements were normal to him. In fact, it would have been strange instead if he didn't manage to achieve this. Haha, that's right, this truly isn't anything much at all. The Saint Sun's goal should be to reach an empyrean level of strength within the next several hundred years. Another high-level minister of the monster race flattered. The good fortune Saint Sun faintly smiled. With a careless tone he said, "It should be 200 years. In 200 years I will be able to fight an empyrean, no longer than that." His words were brazen and cocky. But even so, the young elites of the divine realm could only listen without refuting him. If he were to grow at his current speed, he really would be able to confront an empyrean in 200 years. The good fortune really might be able to defeat a weak empyrean at the World King realm. And with the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, it was completely possible for him to break into the World King realm within 200 years. Saint Sun, your highness is truly daring, the ministers of the monster race said together. Beside Lin Ming, White King curled his lips and said in a low voice, "What a condescending fellow." White King's words weren't spoken through a true essence sound transmission. Although he was quiet, the good fortune Saint Sun had extremely sharp senses, so he was able to hear them. The good fortune Saint Sun turned and glanced towards White King. He simply didn't care about White King, but instead turned towards Lin Ming, who was sitting beside him. The sight of Lin Ming left him slightly surprised. Soon, he seemed to recall something. A devious smile spread on his face. "I never imagined you would also come. It seems that for our 100-year battle, you still have 40 or so years remaining. Ha ha ha. Make sure you enjoy these remaining 40 years, because after that you won't be able to enjoy your life any longer." In the good fortune Saint Sun's eyes, a character on the level of White King wasn't worth looking at more than once. The only one he cared about a little was Lin Ming. Chapter 1760, War of Words. Chapter 1760, War of Words. The good fortune Saint Sun and Lin Ming stood in sharp contention, immediately drawing the attention of everyone present. In the past, during the negotiations of humanity and the saints, Lin Ming and the good fortune Saint Sun had agreed to a life-or-death duel in 100 years. This matter had caused a great stir within the entire divine realm. It could be said that there was no one who didn't know of this. Now that the good fortune Saint Sun mentioned it, everyone naturally knew what he was speaking of. Everyone looked towards Lin Ming, waiting to see how he would respond. Empyrean Divine Dream furrowed her eyebrows. She sent a sound transmission, "Lin Ming, do not be provoked by him. If he taunts you, that is proof he is concerned about you. Your talent is something that the saints fear, they will do everything in their power to immediately exterminate you." The good fortune Saint Sun's character was well known by all. He believed he was unrivaled by all below the heavens and above the earth. But for him to reach this step also meant he wasn't an idiot. It was because he sensed that Lin Ming would become a future disaster that he targeted him. He wanted to take advantage of the present when Lin Ming was still small and weak to cut Lin Ming down. To a martial artist, superiority through age was highly evident when they were young. When everyone was 100 years old, even a difference of 10 years was a great disparity. But when one was several thousand years old, tens of thousands of years old, or even millions of years old, a difference of a few hundred years was nothing more than floating clouds. Lin Ming sat quietly in his seat, his hand holding a teacup. Towards the good fortune Saint Sun's provocation, he merely sneered. 60 years ago when you and I agreed to a duel, at that time you were at the peak of the late Saint Lord realm, just a step from entering the Holy Lord realm. Then, you were able to resist a world king. However, I was only at the middle divine transformation realm, and the difference in strength between us was far too great. Now 60 years have passed and you are at the middle Holy Lord realm while I have already risen by a large boundary and a half, becoming a half-step Holy Lord. The differences in our cultivations have become increasingly small. Once another 40 years pass, what do you think will happen then? Who gave you the confidence to believe you would defeat me? Lin Ming's voice was calm and steady. As some martial artists listened to him, they immediately checked his inner world. And, just like Lin Ming had said, he was indeed a half-step Holy Lord. Through Lin Ming's adventures in the Azura Road, his cultivation had risen by a large boundary and a half. This cultivation speed was truly that of a monstrous genius. 40 years from now, it was possible that Lin Ming could step into the middle Holy Lord realm. If so, then his disparity with the Good Fortune Saint Sun would decrease even further. However, the Good Fortune Saint Sun laughed as he heard Lin Ming's words. How ridiculous! Who cares if your cultivation increased rapidly? You went to the Azura Road, obtaining some lucky chances, and thus your cultivation progressed astronomically in a short period of time. You still have a long period in your future where you must consolidate your foundation. Do you think you would really break into the Holy Lord realm anytime soon? You simply overestimate yourself. The current you still has some differences from the boundary I was at 60 years ago. Not just that, but in these 60 years my strength has made considerable progress. I chose not to focus on increasing my cultivation too quickly but concentrating on studying my cultivation method. Now, my understanding in my cultivation method has made a qualitative leap upwards, and this leap is not something that a frog in a well like you could ever understand. As the Good Fortune Saint Sun mentioned his cultivation method, the martial artists present suddenly recalled a rumor. That was, that the Good Fortune Saint Sun had cultivated the Good Fortune Divine Art to the 5th level, and this Good Fortune Divine Art was a true divinity level cultivation method. Compared to Divine Dream's Divine Dream Law, it was an entire level higher. Once he cultivated this technique, it would naturally be terrifyingly powerful. It is said that once one reaches the 5th level of the Good Fortune Divine Art, one has the power to summon and move the power of good fortune. Someone who had heard about the Good Fortune Divine Art spoke out loud. It's normal. The Good Fortune Saint Sun has the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, so how could his cultivation speed have been so slow? It seems that it was all because he was perceiving the Good Fortune Divine Art, thus his cultivation progress was delayed a little. If he perceives his cultivation method, then although his cultivation progress might be a bit slow, the progress of his strength would actually be faster. The current Good Fortune Saint Sun is even more terrifying than I thought. Someone said, shocked. If things continued like this, then it really wouldn't be long before the Good Fortune Saint Sun was able to defeat an Empyrean. And once he could contend with an Empyrean, then the Good Fortune Saint Sun would truly become a leader of the saints, standing on par with the supreme elders of the older generation. At that time, no one would be able to refer to him as someone of the younger generation. The Good Fortune Saint Sun's words caused him to slowly suppress Lin Ming with a creeping momentum. However, Lin Ming simply smirked and indifferently said, "What a coincidence. While you spent the past 60 years perceiving a cultivation method, I have also spent the past 60 years perceiving a cultivation method. I wonder, between our cultivation methods, just which one is weaker." The cultivation method that Lin Ming mentioned was naturally the Azura Sutra. However, as Lin Ming's words fell onto the ears of others, these people felt the words lacked in energy. Even the human martial artists felt it was a bit hard to listen to. What the Good Fortune Saint Sun practiced was a true divinity level cultivation method. Just what was Lin Ming's cultivation method? Before the Good Fortune Saint Sun could say anything, his 4 followers actually laughed out loud. You also practiced a cultivation method? Can your cultivation method compare with the Good Fortune Divine Art? Ha ha ha. This is too hilarious. Are you an idiot? I really can't stand such embarrassment. These minions weren't weak and their cultivations were even 1 or 2 small boundaries above the Good Fortune Saint Sun's. Some were at the late Holy Lord realm and some were at the peak Holy Lord realm. Of course, their foundation couldn't compare with the Good Fortune Saint Sun's, and their age was far older than his. They didn't have much potential remaining. Without a great heaven-defying lucky chance, it was impossible for them to break into the World King realm. However, a peak Holy Lord was still a peak Holy Lord. Even if they were minions, they couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, if they dared to jab their arms into the conversation between the good fortune Saint Sun and Lin Ming, it proved that their status wasn't low either. Lin Ming glanced at the 4 followers. They were sitting not too far away. After the good fortune Saint Sun took his seat, the followers he brought had casually seated themselves near Lin Ming, White King, Han Kai, and others of similar status. Many other people had seen them before. Although they weren't happy with this, they didn't say anything. If the good fortune Saint Sun sat with the Empyreans, then that could be ignored. But for his lackeys to sit with the young heroic elites of humanity, didn't that mean the young heroic elites of humanity were on the same level as status as the good fortune Saint Sun's minions? Lin Ming sneered, "A pack of minions, who gave you the right to sit there and pretend to be on the same level as me? According to the customs of the longevity feast, servants aren't allowed to enter the palace. The lot of you should pack up and fuck off." No one thought that Lin Ming would be so aggressive with his words. Not only did he call them all minions, but he also ordered them to leave. In the divine realm, a peak Holy Lord could be called a ruler of their own land. Yet, they were being insulted by Lin Ming. For a time, everyone was left dumbfounded. Divine Dream also slightly frowned. The way Lin Ming acted seemed as if he didn't heed her words of caution at all. These 4 people were all infuriated. Even nobodies still had pride of their own. If they were scolded like this by Lin Ming today and endured it, they would never be able to lift their heads high in the future. The 4 minions directly stood up, their auras erupting and their killing intents all locking onto Lin Ming. Chapter 1761, Meeting Xiao Moxian. Chapter 1761, Meeting Xiao Moxian. "Brat, are you looking to die?" The 4 minions surrounded Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming sat calmly in his seat, simply not getting up at all. "You're calling us minions? Hee, just who do you think you are? Your status is given to you by humans, and when humans no longer exist, you'll be nothing at all. Even calling you a minion then would be too much for you. How much longer do you think you'll be able to be so arrogant?" The words of the 4 minions were forceful and menacing. Although they didn't clearly state it, there was a hidden meaning in their words, that humanity would eventually be completely wiped out by the saints. At that time, when the young elites of humanity lost the asylum of their race, they would be as pitiful and pathetic as homeless dogs. They might as well become slaves of the saints. It was also because of this reason that the saint martial artists were filled with energy and were incredibly conceited. Although they were servants, they didn't feel as if they were below humans. Rather, they felt as if their statuses were no different from those of the top young elites of humanity. As these 4 people spoke, many of the human martial artists present frowned. Lin Ming slowly stood up from his seat, his aura as deep as a sea. Facing him, one couldn't help but feel their heart skip a beat. "Hey, you want to fight?" the 4 minions said. Although the 4 minions said this, the truth was that they were afraid. After all, this was the Monster Emperor's grand longevity feast and there were many Empyreans present. The 4 of them were borrowing the momentum and reputation of the saints to be cocky loudmouths, but it was impossible for them to strike out at Lin Ming at this longevity feast with so many Empyreans watching them. Moreover, they didn't know the limits of Lin Ming's strength. The group of 4 consisted of late Holy Lords and peak Holy Lords. If they couldn't even face Lin Ming, they would lose all face for the saint race. "Step back." At this time, the good fortune Saint Sun spoke up, his voice gloomy. "Your Highness Saint Sun." The 4 minions grit their teeth. Seeing the good fortune Saint Sun's cold gaze, they drew back. The good fortune Saint Sun looked at Lin Ming and chuckled. "What? Both of us are here to celebrate the Monster Emperor's longevity feast, and the longevity feast hasn't even started yet you're trying to fight with my followers. If this is all you are, then I have no interest in fighting you 40 years from now." The good fortune Saint Sun's words dripped with a mocking tone, immediately placing Lin Ming on the same rank as his followers. If Lin Ming were truly someone with status, then there would be no point in facing off against his subordinates. In the face of this taunting, Lin Ming maintained a smile throughout. If the upper beam isn't straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Your servants know not the rules and loudly blather on as they please even when their master is speaking, not understanding the situation at all or knowing what to do. Really, even though these dogs were raised by you, I have no idea what their master has taught them. If they are released on the street and randomly go around biting people, then aren't others allowed to beat them down with a stick? Lin Ming's words struck back with equal harshness. His words caused the 4 minions to tremble. In such a situation there was nothing they could do, they could only endure the humiliation. The 4 of them had mocked Lin Ming, but in the end they had brought trouble upon their own heads. In regards to this, Empyrean Divine Dream faintly frowned with worry. Before this she had cautioned Lin Ming not to come into conflict with the good fortune Saint Sun, but it seemed as if Lin Ming hadn't heard her at all. Rather, it appeared he was deliberately targeting the good fortune Saint Sun. This Lin Ming, what is he planning to do? Empyrean Divine Dream looked towards Lin Ming, wanting to say some words, but eventually didn't. In her mind, when Lin Ming did something, he always acted within his limitations with full knowledge of the consequences. Your skills at being glib aren't too bad. The good fortune Saint Sun disdainfully laughed. Do you even know your own strength? You are a mere half-step Holy Lord. 40 years from now, you should be able to break into the middle Holy Lord realm and achieve my current boundary. If that is true, then I might be a little bit interested in you. Otherwise, you would be far too boring. As the good fortune Saint Sun spoke, a hearty laugh echoed out. Ha ha ha. Your Highness Saint Sun, Sir Lin, the 2 of you are outstanding heroes and the day of your 100-year duel hasn't arrived, so there's no need to act so unfriendly. At this time, a middle-aged man walked into the hall. This middle-aged man stood tall and straight. His skin was fair and his eyes were profoundly deep. His black hair hung down to his waist. He had a majestic appearance, one that overflowed with a dashing heroic spirit. This person was the true ruler of the monster race, the Monster Emperor. The Monster Emperor's appearance caused everyone present to calm down. Lin Ming also respectfully bowed. The Monster Emperor was secretly paying attention to him. Lin Ming was well aware that the Monster Emperor knew about the matter of him taking Xiao Moxian's primordial yin as well as her pregnancy. However, he didn't show obvious loathing like Empyrean Demon Dawn did. Rather, he maintained a calm and pleasant demeanor as if he knew nothing about that situation at all. From this point, it couldn't be said that the Monster Emperor's background was deeper than Empyrean Demon Dawn's. Rather, the Monster Emperor was someone that was good at concealing his true emotions and intentions. As for Empyrean Demon Dawn, he was blunt and inclined to go straight to the point. If Lin Ming had to compare the both of them, he naturally would pay more attention to the former. As the Monster Emperor arrived, the Empyreans present rose up one at a time to congratulate him. And at this time, there was an announcement of another higher-level figure that arrived. It was an old acquaintance of Lin Ming's, Empyrean Vast Universe. After Empyrean Vast Universe greeted the Monster Emperor and Divine Dream, he turned towards Lin Ming, a look of appreciation evident on his face. In truth, the reason that Lin Ming set a 100-year duel with the good fortune Saint Sun was because of Empyrean Vast Universe. Since Empyrean Vast Universe was protecting Lin Ming, the good fortune Saint Sun had challenged Vast Universe to a duel in 300 years. Because Empyrean Vast Universe had been placed upon the crest of the waves, Lin Ming had instead spoken out to accept the challenge. And from this point alone, Lin Ming owed graciousness to Empyrean Vast Universe. What a good young fellow, half-step Holy Lord. You're just a step away from reaching the Holy Lord realm. In fact, you can break through whenever you want. Lin Ming's cultivation speed left Empyrean Vast Universe flabbergasted. In the Divine Realm first martial meeting, Lin Ming had rolled over the competition. Amongst the other young elites of the Divine Realm, none of them were able to face him. White King, you should also learn a little from Lin Ming. You don't have to do much. If you had even a fifth of Lin Ming's achievements, I would be more than content. White King was Empyrean Vast Universe's apprentice and was also standing beside Lin Ming. As he faced Empyrean Vast Universe's judging eyes, he secretly complained in his heart. To compare him with Lin Ming, wasn't that just too difficult? Senior Vast Universe praises Junior too much. Lin Ming said. As he was about to exchange some more pleasantries with Empyrean Vast Universe, his body suddenly shook and the words he was about to speak caught in his throat. He froze where he stood. He looked towards a corner of the main hall. From a side door, a black-clothed young girl had stepped out. This young girl was accompanied by 8 maids that walked with her. Her figure was slender and she was wearing a black formal dress. Her face was covered by a veil, only revealing a pair of beautiful eyes, making her seem like a dark enchantress of night. She was Xiao Moxian. Xiao Moxian's current appearance was different from her usual style of dress. She had rid herself of her previously playful demeanor and gained a ladder-like feeling, as soft and delicate as water. However, Lin Ming knew that this sort of delicate and weak feeling wasn't an act at all. Because Xiao Moxian's cultivation had been sealed and she was also pregnant, she could really be called delicate and fragile right now. Xiao Moxian's appearance immediately drew everyone's eyes. Empyrean Demon Dawn had placed several cleverly crafted spells on Xiao Moxian's body. No one knew that her cultivation had been sealed away, but only thought that she was deliberately concealing her aura. And during this banquet, Xiao Moxian was the leader of the juniors from the monster and demon races. Thus, no one would do something so rude as to investigate her inner world. Even if they did, they would only find the heaven-absorbing demon art within her, nothing else. After Xiao Moxian appeared, her beautiful eyes looked over those present. She was searching for Lin Ming. However, with her cultivation sealed away, she couldn't release her sense. To look for a single person in this massive longevity feast hall was not easy at all. "I'm at the front left of you." At this time, a familiar true essence sound transmission echoed in Xiao Moxian's ears. She trembled and looked towards Lin Ming. As their eyes met, countless words seemed to be exchanged through them. Xiao Moxian bit her lips and kept quiet. Tears seemed to shimmer in her eyes. However, their eyes met for only a few breaths of time. Afterwards, Xiao Moxian turned towards the Monster Emperor. From beginning to end, there was a pair of cold eyes looking at the both of them. The owner of these eyes was Empyrean Demon Dawn. At this banquet, Empyrean Demon Dawn didn't allow Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming to have any communications at all. "Isn't that Xiao Moxian? I haven't seen her for several years, but I never thought she would already turn from a naughty tomboy into a gentle and graceful woman," someone in a guest seat praised. "Whether it is the past or present, she can always leave one fascinated. Moreover, her physique is special. Anyone that can marry her and dual cultivate with her is truly blessed and honored." Several guests discussed amongst each other. Many handsome young elites looked towards Xiao Moxian, admiration and awe in their eyes. Even though so many years had passed, Xiao Moxian and Frost Dream remained the 2 most outstanding young women in the entire divine realm. They didn't have any expectations of Frost Dream. No one could win her over. Thus, Xiao Moxian naturally became the dream lover of countless men. These stupid humans. They don't know that Empyrean Demon Dawn and the Monster Emperor have already agreed to my marriage proposition. It won't be long before that goddess of your hearts is waiting upon my crotch. Not too far away, the good fortune Saint Sun listened to these young elites talk, a smug smile on his face. Xiao Moxian was a yummy little dish he was destined to eat. As the good fortune Saint Sun thought of taking Xiao Moxian from the young elites of humanity, he felt filled with a deep sense of accomplishment. In particular, after listening to the discussions of these young elites from the divine realm and then looking at the admiration in their eyes, a feeling of superiority rose in his heart. Not only would he eventually destroy the divine realm in the future, but he would even steal away the most peerless beauty of the divine realm. This conquest left the good fortune Saint Sun extremely satisfied. He playfully looked at Xiao Moxian, playing with the teacup in his hand. Because the good fortune Saint Sun was sitting in a seat near the front, he was quite close to Xiao Moxian. Xiao Moxian could faintly feel the good fortune Saint Sun's gaze on her, and she turned to look at him. Seeing Xiao Moxian look at him, the good fortune Saint Sun's smile became even wider. He laughed and whispered, "Don't worry, there is not even an incense stick of time left. Once the longevity feast begins, I will take out a congratulatory gift. At the same time as I offer this gift, I will also discuss marriage with Empyrean Demon Dawn and the Monster Emperor. At that time, you will be mine." Chapter 1762, The Method of Becoming a True Divinity. Chapter 1762, The Method of Becoming a True Divinity. As Xiao Moxian felt the good fortune Saint Sun's predatory eyes on her, she was filled with disgust. However, in front of the monster emperor, she could only turn her head and ignore him. "Your Highness Saint Sun, you seem to be quite interested in that half-phoenix body girl?" The Empyrean who came with the good fortune Saint Sun to celebrate the longevity feast slowly commented. This Saint Empyrean's title was Shatter and he was a peak Empyrean. The reason he followed the good fortune Saint Sun here to the monster emperor's longevity feast was to display the strength of the saints as well as to protect the Saint Sun. "This Xiao Moxian's physique is extraordinary. If I can dual cultivate with her, then it will be a great help to me in attacking the 6th level of the good fortune divine art." The reason that the good fortune Saint Sun was able to break into the 5th level of the good fortune divine art was because a number of coincidences had luckily come together. As for the 6th level of the good fortune divine art, it was far more difficult. Without reaching the great world king realm, the good fortune Saint Sun didn't have any confidence in success. But if he could dual cultivate with Xiao Moxian, taking her primordial yin and also fusing with her god-beast blood, that would be greatly advantageous to his body transformation technique. With that, he might be able to attack the 6th level of the good fortune divine art at the world king realm. Even if he were to fail, he would still be able to gather experience. The earlier he broke into the 6th level of the good fortune divine art, the more benefits he would have. It would form an even more superior foundation when he tried to break into the realm of true divinity in the future. As the good fortune Saint Sun spoke, almost all the great guests that the monster emperor invited to his longevity feast arrived. Rulers of influences from all over delivered congratulatory gifts in droves. Most of these were Empyrean-level treasures. If they were placed at the Divine Rune City auction, they could sell for several hundred millions of points. Empyrean Vast Universe gifted the great egg of an ancient desolate beast. Empyrean Traceless gifted an Empyrean spirit treasure that was dug out from an ancient ruin. In the divine realm, reciprocating favors was an extremely important unspoken rule. After being gifted these treasures, the monster emperor would eventually have to return the favor in the future. As for Lin Ming, White King, and the other juniors, they naturally sat still in their seats. It wasn't their turn to deliver congratulatory gifts. And at this moment, it was time for the good fortune Saint Sun to step on stage. He laid down his teacup and strode atop the divine altar. Behind him followed his 4 followers. The 4 followers held 2 items. One was an exquisite pillbox and the other was a simple jade box. These 2 items immediately attracted everyone's gaze. They wanted to see just what sort of gift the good fortune Saint Sun would send out. After arriving in front of the monster emperor, the good fortune Saint Sun ordered his follower to open the pillbox. This pillbox contained a dark green pill the size of a longan. A fragrant medicinal scent wafted into the air, refreshing to the senses. All of the martial artists present had discerning eyes. They could see at a glance that this was a transcendent divine pill. A transcendent divine pill was a pill that an Empyrean-level supreme elder could take. It could help an Empyrean-level martial artist increase their cultivation or consolidate their foundation. It was a rare treasure, and if one were to fall into a world king influence, it would set off a bloody war of terror. However, in the scene of the monster emperor's longevity feast, a transcendent divine pill wasn't much at all. For instance, the Empyrean spirit treasure that Empyrean Traceless gifted was far more precious than this transcendent divine pill. For the good fortune Saint Sun, someone who came from a true divinity influence, to take out such a congratulatory gift, it was simply far too lacking. Many human Empyreans were watching with critical eyes. They all wanted to see what the saints would be willing to put out. After all, there was still another box, just what was in it? Haha, what a wonderful transcendent divine pill, the monster emperor happily laughed. One of his disciples standing beside him moved forwards and received the pill. The truth was that to the monster emperor, who was almost a peak Empyrean, this transcendent divine pill didn't have much use at all. The most it could do was help raise a god beast. But at this time, the good fortune Saint Sun picked up the simple jade box from his follower's hands. The previous pillbox had been opened by his follower, but this time the good fortune Saint Sun was personally opening the jade box. Within this jade box were layers of yellow silk. And above these layers of silk was a pure black jade slip. This jade slip resembled black agate, shimmering with a profound light. The good fortune Saint Sun slowly picked up this jade slip, a happy expression on his face. The previous transcendent divine pill was only for your majesty to casually appreciate. This is the true gift. This is, the monster emperor looked at the good fortune Saint Sun. He didn't know why, but the black jade slip in the good fortune Saint Sun's hands made his heart beat faster. Your majesty monster emperor, this is an inheritance fragment that my saint race's good fortune Saint Sovereign obtained when he ventured into an ancient ruin. Although this inheritance is incomplete, it actually records the methods of breaking into the realm of true divinity. Today, I bring this out as a present for your majesty's longevity feast. The good fortune Saint Sun's voice wasn't loud, but his words spread through the entire audience. For a time, everyone was utterly shocked. In particular, many Empyreans present shot up from their seats to get a closer look. All of their eyes locked onto the black jade slip. The method to break into true divinity. No one imagined that the good fortune Saint Sun would take out such a precious congratulatory gift at the monster emperor's longevity feast. Some Empyreans felt their hearts begin to race. 6 billion years ago, during the last great calamity, the saints waged a great war against humanity. Humanity had put forth the complete power of their race to survive, and even Empyrean divine seal perished in the flames of war. In that war, although humanity managed to force back the saints, their foundation had been severely damaged and countless inheritances had been cut off. Ever since then, there had never been a human supreme elder who had managed to break into the realm of true divinity. Many people suspected that the reason no human was able to break into the realm of true divinity was because they had lost their most precious inheritances. In other words, the cultivation methods for breaking into true divinity. Now that the good fortune Saint Sun suddenly brought out such a black jade slip that contained the lost knowledge, how could the Empyreans present not be excited? For a time, the monster emperor's mouth turned dry. He stared at the jade slip in the good fortune Saint Sun's hands and couldn't help but probe it with his sense. And, the good fortune Saint Sun didn't stop him either. The monster emperor could feel the ancient and complex laws within, leaving him shocked. With his sight, he could naturally make out many things. He could feel that this black jade slip truly did contain the methods to break into true divinity. The monster emperor's fingers trembled. No one could understand the temptation that the realm of true divinity held towards an Empyrean. Once one became an Empyrean, they could freely wander the world, ruling all within their sight. However, there were still many things they couldn't reconcile with. They couldn't see the end of the road of martial arts, and their lives were limited to 100 million years. They couldn't help but want to break into true divinity, stepping further onto the road of martial arts, climbing higher so that they could see further ahead. Even Empyrean Demon Dawn wasn't able to remain calm upon seeing this jade slip. The road of true divinity, that was his lifelong pursuit. This move is far too ruthless. In the honored seats, Empyrean Divine Dream's eyebrows pressed together. As she saw the black jade slip in the good fortune Saint Sun's hands, she didn't feel any temptation or excitement at all. Rather, dark clouds began to cover her mind. In a sense, the monster emperor's longevity feast was a competition between the humans and saints. Each race would reveal their own strength and value, and the monster and demon races would choose the one with more to offer. Of course, from the very start the monster and demon races were already favoring the saints. The saints were simply far stronger than humanity was. Humanity wasn't able to compare with them. Even if Empyrean Divine Dream had already mentally prepared for the monster and demon races to ally with the saints, she never imagined that the good fortune Saint Sun would take out the method to becoming a true divinity at this longevity feast. Whether it was the impact to the monster and demon races, or whether it was the impact to the human Empyreans present, this was a blow of incalculable damage. It had to be known that humanity also had many Empyreans that were stranded before the gates of true divinity. For them, true divinity was a boundary they yearned for even in their dreams. The saints took out this jade slip in order to easily subdue the monster and demon races. Now, the problem was whether or not there were dastardly traitors that would appear amongst humanity's Empyreans. Because of their desire for the method to break into true divinity, would any of them switch sides and join the saints? It was said that traitors were worse than dogs. Although everyone understood this truth, whether it was the mortal world or the world of martial artists, during every war there would always emerge a large number of traitors that were willing to sell out their allies. The reason they did so was because the benefits of joining the other side were far too attractive. Even if these people had to live as slaves or dogs, to them it was still better than dying in battle for their race, because if they died they would really have nothing left. As Empyrean Divine Dream thought of this, she found it increasingly difficult to remain calm. Although the good fortune Saint Sun's actions were brazen and ostentatious, the truth was that this was simply a facade he put up. Every action he did was to push humanity further and further towards the edge of the abyss. This was true in the previous negotiations between the humans and saints, where he put forth all sorts of impossible, unfavorable conditions to lay down the future downfall of humanity. Not just that, but he simultaneously forced Empyrean Vast Universe to a challenge that was eventually received by Lin Ming. It was also true in the following dozens of years when the saints and humans confronted each other. He directed the saint race's armies to slowly nibble away at the territory of the divine realm. Or even, for these past years, the good fortune Saint Sun had repeatedly challenged human world kings and great world kings, defeating them one after another and striking at the confidence of humanity and pushing the momentum of the saints to the peak. Finally, as the Monster Emperor's longevity feast began, the good fortune Saint Sun took out the method to break into true divinity. This was almost the final straw that crushed humanity's last hopes. Facing this sort of opponent, Empyrean Divine Dream felt deep unease, her back pushed to the wall. It had to be known that the good fortune Saint Sun was only several hundred years old, and he also possessed the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. His future was limitless. He was the chosen descendant of the good fortune Saint Sovereign. In the future he would inevitably become the scourge of humanity, perhaps even becoming the one to dig their grave. Originally, the supreme elders of humanity hoped that they could drag on the time before the great calamity truly erupted. The longer it took, the more beneficial it was, because this allowed more time for the juniors of humanity, those like Lin Ming, Frost Dream, and Dragon Fang, to grow up. But now, it seemed that the more they dragged on, the worse the situation became for them. Currently, the human race seemed as if it would soon lose the monster and demon races as allies. And then, perhaps in just a few dozen more years, humanity would start to slowly crumble from within due to the pressure of the saints, and there would be people in their ranks surrendering on their own volition. Once someone surrendered, there would be more and more that followed at an ever-increasing pace. If so, humanity would soon perish. To subdue the enemy without fighting, this was the good fortune Saint Sun's plans. While the saints were at war with the spiriters, he was unable to spare enough power to annihilate the humans for the time being. However, by increasing the pressure step by step, he could slowly disintegrate humanity from within. After all, with the pressure slowly increasing over time, there would inevitably be those within the human race that couldn't withstand it and would betray their people. This move, it was truly incredibly vicious. Chapter 1763, The Saint Sun Proposes Marriage. Chapter 1763, The Saint Sun Proposes Marriage. Humph. This method to break into true divinity, I'm afraid it might only be a method for your saint race. Just what use is it to human, monster, or demon races? At this time, an angry and energetic voice rang out. The one who spoke was Empyrean Vast Universe. He had easily seen through the saint's plans. He had to salvage as much of the situation as he could. Otherwise, once the events of this longevity feast were spread out, in addition to the betrayal of the monster and demon races, that would be far too negative an impact on humanity. Ha ha! Vast Universe, right? What? 60 years ago I challenged you to a duel in 300 years, and yet you didn't dare to accept it. In the end, you even had a suicidal brat take up the challenge. Did you think everyone would easily forget this matter? The good fortune Saint Sun looked at Empyrean Vast Universe, his face full of ridicule and contempt. At the same time, he looked at Lin Ming, a taunting light in his eyes. The suicidal brat he referred to was naturally Lin Ming. Lin Ming's face darkened, not speaking. As for Empyrean vast universe, his voice caught in his throat. All the blood in his body seemed to rush to his face. He had always had a strong momentum and was also one of the overlords of humanity. When had there ever been someone weaker than him who had dared to go against him? Even those that had a higher status had to give him a little face. But now, he had been intimidated twice by a junior. And even after being bullied in such a manner, he didn't dare to agree to the challenge. This was simply outrageous. Vast universe, don't be impulsive, he is deliberately provoking you. He is also trying to rile up Lin Ming. Do not underestimate this person's plotting. At this time, Empyrean Divine Dream's true essence sound transmission echoed in Empyrean Vast Universe's ears. Vast Universe took a deep breath, grit his teeth, and endured the shame. In this tense atmosphere where all swords seemed to be drawn, he had actually flinched. Without a doubt, he had weakened humanity's momentum. After being played with by a junior in the palm of their hand and also suppressed again and again, Empyrean Vast Universe felt an unprecedented level of anger and aggrievement. But there was nothing he could do. In 300 years, he really wouldn't be able to defeat the good fortune Saint Sun. Those that were weaker than others could only allow themselves to be oppressed. Seeing Empyrean Vast Universe sit back down in his seat, a victorious smile appeared on the good fortune Saint Sun's face. Then, he turned and looked at Lin Ming, a little doubt in his heart. This brat, he was incredibly arrogant just now, so why did he remain so calm? As the good fortune Saint Sun thought this, he didn't kick Empyrean Vast Universe or Lin Ming while they were down. Instead, he turned to the monster emperor. After all, the main purpose of him coming to this longevity feast was to solidify the alliance between the saints and the monster and demon races, at the same time planting the seed of surrender in the hearts of the human Empyreans. He wanted them all to understand that as long as they betrayed their race and defected to the saints, they could equally obtain the method to break into true divinity. The good fortune Saint Sun traced the black jade slip in his hands, leisurely saying, "Someone is suspecting that the inheritances recorded within this jade slip are only suitable for the saints and not the monster or demon races. This person is nothing more than a frog in a well. After being stranded in the divine realm for 6 billion years, it seems not being able to take a look at the wider world has truly limited your horizon." The good fortune Saint Sun's words were impudent to the extreme. But whether it was the monster or demon races, or the human Empyreans, they could only keep on enduring. Even if they were incomparably angry, they couldn't help but acknowledge that what the good fortune Saint Sun said was a fact. For the last 6 billion years, let alone being stranded in the divine realm and not being able to see the other heavens, they had even lost the history of humanity from 6 billion years ago. All of that knowledge had been lost to the river of time, fading to dust. Many things were simply unknown. This was because in the Great Calamity 6 billion years ago, nearly all human Empyreans had died. Countless sects were annihilated and their inheritances severed. An incalculable number of historical jade slips had been destroyed. Seeing no one daring to refute him, the good fortune Saint Sun smiled and continued to speak. "You all might know that in ancient times, in the vast universe of the 33 heavens, that was when hundreds of races were fighting for hegemony. In that era, many world-shaking kings were born within the ancient races. And these ancient kings, if placed in the current era, would all be of the true divinity level. And according to the inheritances left behind in ancient ruins, it can be inferred that in the age when ancient races battled to rule the world, there were even existences that appeared who surpassed the realm of true divinity. As for these mighty figures, although they were all buried in the sands of time, their inheritances were still passed down from generation to generation. In the Saint Convocation Heaven, there exists a Primeval Realm ruins. In these ancient ruins, it isn't surprising to occasionally find shattered inheritances. Of course, because so much time has passed, it is nearly impossible to find any inheritances from these ruins as they are unimaginably scarce as well as extremely incomplete. However, with the deep background of my saint race, we have accumulated many of these fragments over billions of years, and among these are inheritances of the monster and demon races. Whether it is the monster race or the demon race, both are descendants of the ancient races. Your histories were once wondrous beyond compare, at least 10 times more magnificent than the humans are now. In the ancient ruins of your ancestors, it isn't anything for us to find fragments of inheritances that contain knowledge about how to break into the realm of true divinity. In a sense, these things belong to you all originally. If you take grasp of this chance, you can even re-establish the glory of the demon and monster races from 10 billion years ago. As the good fortune Saint Sun spoke to here, his words had caused the hearts of all the monster youths present to bubble over with excitement, leaving them bound in fascination. During these years in the divine realm, they had been constantly subjected to the oppression of humans. This included their territory and their resources, leaving them with nothing but suppressed anger. In particular, their ancestors were once even more dazzling than humanity was. How could heroic and valorous feelings not surge in their heart upon knowing this? They all wanted to reproduce the glory of their race from 10 billion years ago, so that every member of the monster race could live proudly. The monster emperor took a deep breath, startled. What the good fortune Saint Sun described was something he longed for in his dream. What leader of a race wouldn't hope to further the prestige of their people? If he could do so, he would be remembered for ages to come. But the monster emperor knew that to accomplish this was nearly impossible. This good fortune Saint Sun can really deceive the minds of the people. The monster emperor remained secretly alert. But just because he wasn't affected didn't mean that the youths of his people weren't. All of them were burning with passion, feeling as if the alliance with the saints was more or less settled. At this time, the good fortune Saint Sun turned to the humans and said, "In the Primeval Realm ruins, there are also cultivation methods suited for humans. Have you wondered why, after the Great Calamity 6 billion years ago, there has yet to be a true divinity appear amongst your ranks? Do you think it is because humanity is too weak?" The good fortune Saint Sun rhetorically asked, shaking the hearts of the young human elites present. These young elites certainly wouldn't believe that humans were weak, because humanity was also once endlessly glorious. At their peak time, they were in no way inferior to the saints or the spiriters. Yes, humanity isn't weak at all. They have an unparalleled ability to learn and adapt, and in the essence gathering system, you all have a superiority that the other races cannot hope to compare with. However, 6 billion years ago, your Empyreans nearly went extinct and their inheritances were lost. Because of this, humanity had to start from the beginning. No matter how amazing your talent is, your vision was caged within the scope of the divine realm, making it incomparably difficult to break through the realm of true divinity. Us saints come to the divine realm to invade. This I will not deny. What we want are resources. But, to you humans that understand the trend of the times, we have no evil intentions at all. In a way, this is even a chance for you. During every great calamity, that is also a time when countless rivals rise up from the ranks. If it weren't for the invasion of my saint race, your horizons would still be limited and it would still be impossible for you all to break into the realm of true divinity. But now, the tides have turned. The good fortune Saint Sun slowly said. Empyrean Traceless and Empyrean Vase Universe had extremely ugly complexions, and even Empyrean Divine Dream was finding it hard to maintain her calm. The words of the good fortune Saint Sun had turned black into white. He had painted the invasion of the saints as a chance for the heroic elites of the divine realm to break into the realm of true divinity, but his words each cut to the core, leaving one unable to refute them. The human race in the divine realm indeed had no true divinities, and the reason for this was truly because they lacked the inheritances as well as the methods. And in terms of accumulated knowledge, humanity could not compare with the saints. It seemed that the Primeval Realm ruins that the good fortune Saint Sun spoke of were connected to Saint Convocation Heaven, and the saints could freely enter and leave at will. Primeval Realm ruins. Empyrean Divine Dream pondered for a moment. In the divine realm of the 33 heavens, because of the existence of the God-lamenting wall, news of other universes was extremely limited. The human Empyreans simply never knew that this Primeval Realm ruins even existed. If what the good fortune Saint Sun said was true, then this Primeval Realm ruins contained all sorts of rare and precious inheritances, as well as all sorts of valuable antiquities. Such a land truly left one jealous. This longevity feast seemed to become the good fortune saint son's monologue. Even so, his words had caused a massive change in the minds of the martial artists present. At this time, the monster emperor said, "Your Highness Saint Son, you wouldn't be giving me this congratulatory gift for nothing in return, right?" The monster emperor laughed as he looked at the good fortune saint son, waiting for his reply. It was naturally impossible for such a precious gift to be given so easily. And in fact, the good fortune saint son's reply had already been decided ahead of time. "Haha, Your Majesty Monster Emperor is frank and to the point." "Great. This being the case, then I will also be blunt. Of these two gifts, the first is a transcendent divine pill intended to celebrate this longevity feast. As for the second, the inheritance fragment of the monster race, the method to break into true divinity, it is also a congratulatory gift, as well as a betrothal gift." With this, the good fortune saint son looked at Xiao Moxian. He loudly announced, "Borrowing Your Majesty Monster Emperor's grand longevity feast, I would like to take this inheritance jade slip as a betrothal gift and become engaged to Miss G. Xiana." The good fortune saint son's clear and steady voice spread throughout the entire audience. For a time, everyone was stunned. All of their eyes focused on Xiao Moxian. The good fortune saint son was proposing marriage to Xiao Moxian, and once the monster emperor and Empyrean demon Dawn agreed, the alliance between the monster and demon races with the saints would be a done deal. At this time, the human Empyreans couldn't sit still. Although they realized that the demon and monster races might ally with the saints, they never thought it would be today. Moreover, it came in the form of an engagement, and even in the presence of all the human Empyreans there. The good fortune saint son did this because he wanted to push humanity to the precipice of despair. Ha ha ha. The monster emperor laughed. "Your Highness Saint Son is an outstanding individual and in the future will even become the supreme saint sovereign of the saint race. Naturally, you are a good match with Xiana. I have no objections, but must ask for the opinion of Empyrean Demon Dawn and Xiana." As the monster emperor spoke, he smiled towards Empyrean Demon Dawn and Xiao Moxian. He waited for their reply. Chapter 1764, Lin Ming proposes marriage. Chapter 1764, Lin Ming proposes marriage. The good fortune saint son is far too ruthless. With things having reached this stage, it is impossible for Demon Dawn not to agree. Sitting near Empyrean Divine Dream, Empyrean Vast Universe's forehead was wet with sweat. The monster emperor's grand longevity feast had become the stage for the good fortune saint son. From the start, his momentum was like a rainbow, every step he took intimidating to the extreme. At the final moment, he even took out the method to break into true divinity. If Empyrean Vast Universe were in Empyrean Demon Dawn's position, he naturally wouldn't have any reason to refuse the proposal. After all, the relationship of the humans with the monster and demon races wasn't too harmonious to begin with. In a single universe, it was inevitable that there would be struggles over resources. Hundreds of millions of years ago, the demon and monster races even went to war with some human influences. The good fortune saint son wants to push us into a hopeless situation. Beside Empyrean Vast Universe, Empyrean Traceless Complexion was solemn and grim. Around him, the power of space shivered and even light distorted. He was an Empyrean who focused on the space laws, and the nervousness in his heart caused the strength in his body to leak out and shake the void. All eyes turned to Empyrean Demon Dawn. They were all aware that Empyrean Demon Dawn was the one to make the final decision here. According to the traditions of the divine realm, all weddings that involved the young elites of large influences had to obey the orders of the parents or patriarch. The young elites themselves couldn't take responsibility and make their own decision. Empyrean Demon Dawn's eyes swept over the human Empyreans, disregarding their different expressions. Finally, he looked at the good fortune saint son. He spoke, his voice low and deep. "Your Highness Saint Son, may I borrow that jade slip to take a look?" "Of course." The good fortune saint son easily agreed. He flicked his finger and the black jade slip flew into Empyrean Demon Dawn's hand. Empyrean Demon Dawn closed his eyes, sinking his sense into the jade slip and reading through the laws within. A moment later, he opened his eyes. It was as the good fortune Saint Sun had said, this jade slip was not fake. It was indeed an incomplete inheritance spread down from ancient times, and likely originated from a true divinity. However, how could it be so easy to break into the realm of true divinity? Moreover, this inheritance jade slip was highly incomplete. Empyrean Demon Dawn estimated that even if he obtained this jade slip, his chances of breaking into the realm of true divinity were only 1 to 2%, possibly even lower. However, this tiny fraction of a chance was an irresistible temptation to him. After all, everything depended on oneself. Empyrean Demon Dawn had great confidence in his own abilities. He laid down the jade slip and slowly said, "One word at a time, Your Highness Saint Sun is a peerless individual. In addition to such a precious betrothal gift, the sincerity you have shown is more than enough. I have no objections." Speaking here, Empyrean Demon Dawn looked at Xiao Moxian. "Xiana, do you have any opinions?" These words contained a momentum that could not be disobeyed. His eyes were like the starry skies, making one's mind tremble upon seeing them. In large influences, young elites couldn't decide their own wedding. All marital decisions depended on the will of the patriarch or sovereign. The young elites themselves had no right to refuse. But in this situation, if Xiao Moxian were to disobey him, it would be a great loss of face. Everyone looked at Xiao Moxian. Xiao Moxian paled. Facing the terrifying pressure exuding from her grandfather, facing the burning gaze of all those present, she gripped her fists and clenched her teeth before slowly parting her lips. But at this time, a voice suddenly rang out. "Wait one moment." This voice left everyone stunned. They turned their heads, looking towards the origin of this voice. They saw that outside the honored seating section, in the area where young elites sat, a black-clothed youth was slowly standing up. His sword-straight eyebrows slanted towards his temples and his appearance was resolute and proud. His long black hair hung loose and his momentum was extraordinary. Just by standing there he resembled a spear, noble and dignified. This person was Lin Ming. For a time, everyone was left dumbfounded. They never imagined that at this point Lin Ming would stand up. Just what was he planning to do? At the very start of this longevity feast, Lin Ming and the good fortune Saint Sun had stood in sharp opposition to each other. But afterwards, he quieted down, maintaining total silence. It was only at this critical moment that he stood up and left everyone dazed. "Lin Ming, I knew you would not stay quiet," Empyrean Divine Dream lightly sighed. Amongst all the human Empyreans present, she was the only one who knew the true story behind all that happened. With Lin Ming's character, he would never watch as his own woman was taken away by the good fortune Saint Sun. Empyrean Divine Dream only hoped that Lin Ming knew what he was doing and didn't suffer a loss to the good fortune Saint Sun. She had already firmed her resolve. Today, no matter what, even if she had to expose the totality of her true strength, she would protect Lin Ming from harm. "Lin Ming, hehe, you're just like a ghost that won't stop haunting me." The good fortune Saint Sun looked at Lin Ming with a thoughtful expression. Today he had already grasped all trump cards in his hands. He didn't believe that Lin Ming would be able to stir up any trouble. "Brat, what are you doing?" A loud voice erupted. The one shouting was Empyrean Demon Dawn. His tiger-bright eyes stared at Lin Ming, his vision seeming as if he could cut Lin Ming to pieces. He knew what happened in the past between Lin Ming and his granddaughter and he wished that he could tear Lin Ming to shreds. However, at this longevity feast, Divine Dream, Vast Universe, and other human Empyreans were present so he couldn't do anything to him. Thus, he had chosen to ignore him. But he never imagined that Lin Ming would summon the courage to dare stand up at this time. Senior Demon Dawn. Lin Ming respectfully cupped his fists together and bowed. Facing the violent waves of horrendous pressure that were washing off of Empyrean Demon Dawn, Lin Ming focused the energy in his dantian and opened the heretical god force, allowing his breath to remain calm throughout. This action alone left many of the guests present secretly bewildered. It was said that Lin Ming was the #1 young elite of humanity, and his talent was no less than the good fortune Saint Sun's. Seeing him, it seemed that the stories were true. Empyrean Demon Dawn's eyes were terrifying. He coldly said, "I don't need your hypocritical greetings. Whatever you have to say, quickly spit it out. Lin Ming said. This junior has always been enamored with Miss Xiana. Borrowing this longevity feast, this junior would like to discuss marriage with Senior Demon Dawn, and hopes that Senior Demon Dawn would betroth Miss Xiana to me. Lin Ming's words were steady and moderate. But they still caused the jaws of everyone present to hit the floor. Just what kind of situation was this? Lin Ming wanted to stand opposite the good fortune Saint's son and also propose marriage. Wasn't this just bringing trouble upon his own head? One didn't need to be a genius to know what Empyrean Demon Dawn's choice would be. If Lin Ming were compared to the good fortune Saint's son, they simply couldn't be compared at all. The influence that stood behind the good fortune Saint's son could give Empyrean Demon Dawn the hopes of soaring into the heavens. But what Lin Ming could offer the monster race was nothing but annihilation. Empyrean Demon Dawn was no longer looking at Lin Ming with anger, but with utter disbelief. Wasn't this just the greatest joke in the world? Was Lin Ming right of mind? Could he be any more stupid? Empyrean Demon Dawn had just agreed to the good fortune Saint's son. Now, Lin Ming had chosen this time to propose marriage. Did Lin Ming think that Empyrean Demon Dawn would renege on his words? Ha ha ha. At this time, the good fortune Saint's son laughed out loud, and did so raucously and without end. His laughing was too mad, too insolent. It caused everyone to look at him. This is too funny, too funny. This is just the funniest joke that I have ever heard in my life. Originally, my marriage proposal today should have been a happy day, and I was worried that there wouldn't be any fun involved. But, who would have thought that an idiot like you would have jumped out of nowhere to be my clown? Well done. Facing the good fortune Saint's son's taunts, Lin Ming tranquilly replied. You really are confident in yourself. The both of us have proposed marriage and it is a fair competition. Do you believe you will have the last laugh? Lin Ming's words caused the good fortune Saint's son to look at him like an idiot. Has your brain been addled? Things have already come this far, so how could you not know who will have the last laugh? Why don't you find a mirror and take a good look at yourself? In what way can you compare with me? I have taken out the method to becoming a true divinity as a betrothal gift. What do you have? As the good fortune Saint's son spoke, even the human martial artists found the scene hard to continue watching. In terms of betrothal gifts, Lin Ming would have to follow the good fortune Saint's son. And compared to the method to break into true divinity, anything Lin Ming took out would appear poor and shabby. Seeing Lin Ming's defiant expression, the good fortune Saint's son laughed, ridiculing again and again. It seems you don't think your face is swollen enough? Do I need to slap you until your face is round and red? Are you still not satisfied? Well, allow me to thoroughly make you give up. The good fortune Saint's son turned to Xiao Moxian. He said, Miss Xiana, I never thought that during my proposal to you, there would also be an idiot jumping out to ruin things. I hope that this hasn't affected Miss Xiana's mood. Now, since me and this fool are both proposing to Miss Xiana, I wonder just who Miss Xiana will choose. In this marriage proposal, only two people were truly involved, Empyrean Demon Dawn and Xiao Moxian. Empyrean Demon Dawn had already agreed. As long as Xiao Moxian also agreed, then there wouldn't be any problems at all. And, the good fortune Saint's son had already received a message from the Monster Emperor before coming here. He knew that Xiao Moxian had already agreed to his marriage proposal, thus he confidently asked her now. For a time, everyone's gaze turned back to Xiao Moxian. The good fortune Saint's son and Lin Ming had both proposed. Now, it was time for her to make her choice. The good fortune Saint's son didn't know of what had happened between Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, but the Monster Emperor and Empyrean Demon Dawn did. They frowned, their eyes sharp as they looked at Xiao Moxian. Xiana, do not forget the child in your womb. In order to guarantee its life we must take a tremendous risk. If you work with me then that child has a slim chance to survive. Otherwise, once the good fortune Saint's son suspects that you were involved with Lin Ming, the child within you will undoubtedly die. Empyrean Demon Dawn warned. His voice was like a thunderclap in Xiao Moxian's ears. Xiao Moxian's body shook and she turned paper white. She had to face her grandfather and the Monster Emperor, the burning gazes of all present, and even the threat to the child in her womb. With all of these factors burdening her, The pressure she had to face could be imagined. She clenched her teeth, her eyes looking over the audience. One by one, she swept over Empyrean Demon Dawn, the Monster Emperor, the Good Fortune Saint Sun, the guests, and finally, her gaze fell onto Lin Ming. As their eyes met, it was as if every emotion in the world, every ounce of love and affection was contained within them. Lin Ming, do you regret? I don't. And I won't. She took a deep, shuddering breath and parted her lips. Her body shook, as if every word she spoke exhausted all the strength within her, overdrawing her life. I choose. Lin Ming. Just 4 words, without any true essence poured into them. However, these words spread over the entire audience. For a time, every single guest fell silent. Xiao Moxian's final choice had actually been Lin Ming. Hearing this, the Good Fortune Saint Sun began to shake, his complexion turning incredibly ugly. Chapter 1765, Spear Drawn. Chapter 1765, Spear Drawn. She chose Lin Ming. How was that possible? The Good Fortune Saint Sun's originally handsome face almost instantly turned liver red. In the presence of so many people, he had spoken while utterly confident in himself, but now he had been struck silly by Xiao Moxian. Before this he had clearly communicated with Empyrean Demon Dawn and the Monster Emperor, neither one of them expressing any problems, and even Xiao Moxian had agreed to the marriage proposal at the longevity feast. But now she had backed down from her promise. At this time, everyone present began to speak in hushed whispers. Xian Moxian actually chose Lin Ming? What's going on here? Empyrean Demon Dawn clearly never thought this would happen. There must be something suspicious going on. Lin Ming and the Good Fortune Saint Sun's conditions were clear to all present. It was easy to see just who was the superior choice. In all fairness, even if any of the young human elites were in Xiao Moxian's position, they would have chosen the Good Fortune Saint Sun. Moreover, Empyrean Demon Dawn had chosen the Good Fortune Saint Sun, so how could Xiao Moxian shame her grandfather in front of so many people? In this sort of situation, there was only a single explanation. That was that between Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming, there was already some profound relationship, and they had already pledged themselves to each other. And now Lin Ming proposing marriage might have been something that he and Xiao Moxian had discussed before already. Upon realizing this, many people's complexions changed. They looked towards the Good Fortune Saint Sun with gloating eyes, waiting to see the play unfold. Everyone thought that Lin Ming leapt up because there was something wrong with his head and he was simply asking to be punished. But now, it seemed that Lin Ming had already won the prize. As for the Good Fortune Saint Sun, he had merely come afterwards as a clown, nothing but a sucker. As the Good Fortune Saint Sun felt the thoughtful and mocking eyes of these people upon him, his lungs nearly exploded with rage. He had lived his life high-spirited and full of pride. Since when had he received such an insult? Demon Dawn, what a good granddaughter you've taught. The Good Fortune Saint Sun glared at Empyrean Demon Dawn. Empyrean Demon Dawn was also surprised and furious right now. As he looked at Xiao Moxian, a thick killing intent burst out from his eyes. During this longevity feast, Xiao Moxian's choice had stripped him of any face he had. You unfilial girl, what use have I of you? In his rage, Empyrean Demon Dawn's eyes had turned blood red. He lifted his hand and aimed a slap towards Xiao Moxian. This palm caused a violent wind to stir up. Empyrean Demon Dawn certainly couldn't bear killing Xiao Moxian, but this slap could still tear her skin. Seeing this, Lin Ming felt his heart tighten. He wanted to intercept the slap, but he knew that if he were to act out at this time, he would suffer the full might of Empyrean Demon Dawn. Empyrean Demon Dawn would take advantage of this situation to severely wound him, and in his rage, Empyrean Demon Dawn might even try to take his life. Lin Ming could only watch helplessly on. Xiao Moxian bit her lips and closed her eyes. And just as Empyrean Demon Dawn's palm was about to strike Xiao Moxian's face, a gentle and soft blue light wrapped around his palm like a ribbon, causing it to halt where it was. Pang! The pale blue ribbon of light suddenly tightened. Empyrean Demon Dawn stiffened. He turned his head and saw that the one who bound his hand was Empyrean Divine Dream. Empyrean Divine Dream simply raised her right hand, an icy blue ribbon of ephemeral light flashing out from her hands and winding around Empyrean Demon Dawn's. It was impossible to tell whether this ribbon was a beam of light or a magic tool. Empyrean Demon Dawn looked at Divine Dream with smoldering anger. You are stopping me. That's right. I am stopping you. Empyrean Divine Dream's voice was cold and desolate. She stood up, facing Empyrean Demon Dawn. She felt that Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian's actions had truly and maliciously torn apart Empyrean Demon Dawn's face, and his fury was justified. But she always stood on the side of humanity. No matter what happened, she would support Lin Ming unconditionally. Thus, although her words were calm, they were filled with a potent and forceful momentum. If this is the limit of your strength, so what if I stop you? You! Empyrean Demon Dawn felt his blood shoot towards his temples. He was originally breathless with anger, and now he also bumped into this aggressive Empyrean Divine Dream. And, what was worst was that he couldn't untangle this blue ribbon from his hand. The blue ribbon seemed to contain a sly soul force. As it wrapped around his hand, the soul force pierced into his own spiritual sea, aiming towards his soul with thousands of icy blue steel needles. As long as he even thought about moving his right hand, an agonizing pain would shoot out from his spiritual sea. Divine Dream has already reached this level. Empyrean Demon Dawn felt his palms become wet with sweat. As he looked at Divine Dream again, he had already slowly calmed down. He grimly said, "Marriage matters are decided by me. You all are nothing but bystanders. What right do you have to interfere in the family matters of my Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace?" Empyrean Divine Dream said, "I naturally cannot interfere in the family matters of your Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace. It is only that, the good fortune Saint's son proposed marriage and you happily agreed, but when Lin Ming proposed marriage, you hatefully glared at him. After that, when Xiao Moxian chose Lin Ming, you immediately moved to slap her in the presence of everyone here. Do you think that our Lin Ming is so easy to insult?" Empyrean Divine Dream's voice was clear and resonant, going straight into the hearts of most of the human guests present. As they listened to her, they also felt that Empyrean Demon Dawn was too great a bully. Ha 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 ha. Empyrean Demon Dawn laughed. "Divine Dream, I know what you are thinking. You simply do not want to see the monster and demon races ally with the saint. You would try everything in your power to destroy the marriage alliance. Good. Very good. In Demon Dawn's life, what I hate most is others using ruthless methods to force me to do something. The more you try to force me, the more I will never allow your plans to succeed. Today, allow me to tell you something. The alliance between the monster and demon races with the saints was decided by me. This marriage is also decided by me. Marriage of the children has always been the decision of the parents and elders. This is a completely justified matter. No matter how you try to twist things, I am the one standing on principle here. Let me take a good look and see just how you will take away my granddaughter today." Empyrean Demon Dawn's words were the same as tearing apart any semblance of respect. Originally, with the humans present here, the demons and saints wouldn't have flagrantly proposed an alliance. Rather, they took the circuitous route of proposing a marriage alliance. After all, they had to consider the feelings of all the human martial artists present. But now, Empyrean Demon Dawn had acknowledged his alliance with the saints in front of everyone. This caused the complexions of all the human guests to immediately become ugly. Divine Dream frowned. With things having come this far, today's events could no longer be salvaged. Many people felt that Lin Ming's actions of suddenly proposing marriage today and standing in sharp opposition to him were far too inconsiderate. Indeed, while Lin Ming had slapped the good fortune Saint's son's face and had made him a public cuckold, although this was enjoyable to see, what would change? His extreme actions had instead aroused the fury of Empyrean Demon Dawn, causing him to slide towards the saints even faster. And no matter how powerful Empyrean Divine Dream was, it was impossible for her to use force to take Xiao Moxian away from here. Then, Xiao Moxian would still have to marry the saint's son. And because of today's matters, whether it was in the demon, monster, or saint races, she would receive a cold shoulder from all of them and likely be mistreated by the good fortune saint's son in the future. Thinking of this, many people looked towards Lin Ming, feeling that he was just far too young and naive. But now, he had ridden the tiger and could no longer climb down. Just how would today's events end? At this time, Lin Ming's face darkened. He looked towards the furious Empyrean Demon Dawn and said, "Senior Demon Dawn, I respect you as a senior and will allow you to insult me as you please. But, I hope that you will not reach for a yard after taking an inch. After all, there are some matters that both of us wouldn't like to be publicized, right?" Lin Ming's words left the martial artists present stupefied. As a junior, Lin Ming dared to speak like this to an Empyrean, warning them not to take a yard after taking an inch. Was he looking to die? However, what surprised everyone was that even though Empyrean Demon Dawn was bristling with rage, he didn't erupt. Rather, he maintained total silence, glaring at Lin Ming with eyes filled with hate. He certainly knew what matters Lin Ming was speaking of. It was the matter of Xiao Moxian's pregnancy. If news of this were to be revealed, the good fortune Saint's son might immediately storm away in a rage. At that time, the alliance between the monster and demon races with the saints might be ruined. Lin Ming's words had struck at his most fatal point. Empyrean Demon Dawn couldn't understand how Lin Ming knew of Xiao Moxian's pregnancy. He had clearly sealed away her strength with layers of spells and placed her under house arrest. But now, as he recalled Lin Ming's proposal and Xiao Moxian's betrayal, it was likely they had come to this agreement in advance. This caused Empyrean Demon Dawn to feel as if he had been played by two juniors. This brat, he shouldn't rashly destroy Xiana's reputation like this. Empyrean Demon Dawn felt a little fear. He didn't dare to push Lin Ming too far. If he pushed Lin Ming over the cliff, Empyrean Demon Dawn would not only lose his alliance with the saints but also lose Xiao Moxian. In the future when they met, his granddaughter would treat him like an enemy. What's wrong? Empyrean Demon Dawn is enduring the insult. What does Lin Ming have on him? Everyone glanced at each other, making all sorts of guesses. At this time, the good fortune Saint's son felt his intestines twisting together. He didn't know what game Lin Ming and Empyrean Demon Dawn were playing, but now he felt that at this time, he had been made a fool. He felt that staying here any longer was meaningless. Even if he were the one to win Xiao Moxian's hand in marriage at the end, he would still be ridiculed by all the young elites of the divine realm. Lin Ming, you remember for me. 40 years from now in our life or death battle, I will break apart all your meridians and make you beg for death. You only have 40 years of freedom left. Make sure you enjoy the final years of your life. The good fortune Saint's son looked at Lin Ming as if he were looking at a dead man, his eyes filled with absolute confidence. It was as if 40 years from now, killing Lin Ming would be no harder than slaughtering a chicken or butchering a dog. But at this time, something occurred that left the good fortune Saint's son completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly on as Lin Ming quietly extracted the phoenix blood spear from his spatial ring. The spear point was cold, the light reflecting off it menacingly. Lin Ming grasped the phoenix blood spear and pointed it straight towards the good fortune Saint's son. His aura suddenly invisibly exuded outwards. At this time, Lin Ming was like an unrivaled divine spear, reckless and fierce. He clearly and calmly said, "Since we must fight, why wait the full 100 years? Let's settle this today." What? The entire audience wasn't able to believe their own ears. Chapter 1766, No Road Out. Chapter 1766, No Road Out. Today, everything Lin Ming did had repeatedly shattered all expectations. First he had proposed marriage to Xiao Moxian, and then Xiao Moxian agreed to him. Finally, and most outrageously of all, he challenged the good fortune Saint's son. Lin Ming, you. At the very start, Empyrean Divine Dream had remained calm and serene. But when she heard Lin Ming's words, her heart skipped a beat. She could no longer keep still. All of the human Empyreans had shocked expressions. Every one of them was startled beyond compare. In their minds, Lin Ming had only just caught up to the boundary that the good fortune Saint's son was at 60 years ago. Moreover, in these 60 years, the good fortune Saint's son had made incredible leaps in his strength. His cultivation method, the good fortune divine art, had broken into the 5th level and his cultivation base had reached the middle Holy Lord realm. No matter how it was said, the good fortune Saint's son was the #1 powerhouse within the entire younger generation of the saint. Before this, Everyone believed that the good fortune Saint Sun's talent was about the same as Lin Ming's. In this case, how could the middle Holy Lord Good Fortune Saint Sun lose to the half-step Holy Lord Lin Ming? If so, then his title of the Good Fortune Saint Sun would be nothing but a joke. Lin Ming was the hope of humanity. Even though there were many Empyreans present that had just met Lin Ming for the first time, they were extremely concerned about his safety. They didn't want anything to happen to him. What are you saying? You want to challenge me? The Good Fortune Saint Sun looked at Lin Ming with disbelief thick in his eyes. Lin Ming's unexpected challenge towards him had surpassed his scope of understanding. Before 100 years was up, at the half-step Holy Lord realm, with a difference of a large boundary and a half, this Lin Ming wanted to challenge a middle Holy Lord. Moreover, he also possessed the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Was he insane? Looking at the bright blood-red phoenix blood spear, the Good Fortune Saint Sun smiled, and his smile was cruel and diabolical. This sort of smiling face was the same as that of a wild beast that had seen its most delicious prey. You really have no idea of death or danger. Since you want to die today, let me help you along. I will sever all your meridians and crush you beneath my feet like an ant. As the Good Fortune Saint Sun spoke, his aura suddenly erupted. Just now, he had been seething with rage because of Lin Ming's impudent actions and had long been wanting to give vent to his anger. Since Lin Ming knocked on his door, he would welcome him in. Feeling the Good Fortune Saint Sun's killing intent, Lin Ming sneered. You want to kill me and I want to kill you. But unfortunately, even after I defeat you, I cannot kill you. Lin Ming was well aware that at the monster race's grand longevity feast, he couldn't kill the Good Fortune Saint Sun. Even if the Good Fortune Saint Sun was defeated, that Saint Peak Empyrean would save him. Moreover, there were likely to be many life-saving cards on the Good Fortune Saint Sun's body, perhaps a true divinity incarnation or even a Peak Empyrean hiding in his spatial ring, ready to help at any moment. Otherwise, how would the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign allow the Good Fortune Saint Sun to freely bring the Grand Mist Spirit Bead wherever he wanted? In this longevity feast, if all the human Empyreans present were to join together to attack, they could easily annihilate the Good Fortune Saint Sun. If I defeat you, I won't kill you, but I want you to roll out of the divine realm and out of the monster race. Lin Ming's voice was loud and clear, spreading through the entire audience. These words caused the Good Fortune Saint Sun's several minions to shake with rage. With the way Lin Ming was speaking, it was as if his victory over the Good Fortune Saint Sun was already decided. This Lin Ming is too arrogant. Just who does he think he is? His head must have been kicked by a donkey. For His Highness Saint Sun to kill him, only 20% of his strength will be needed. These followers all bore a grudge against Lin Ming and their teeth itched to chomp on him. All of them wanted to see Lin Ming die a miserable death. The Good Fortune Saint Sun looked at Lin Ming and finally understood Lin Ming's meaning. Ha ha ha. I thought it was strange that you would go insane and deliver yourself to my door for a fight. But it seems you were forced to act out of desperation since you have no path to take out of here. So, you want to use this battle to save your engagement? You think that if I lose, I'll give up on this marriage, right? I think you really must have gone insane. Why do I need to agree with you? It's a pity, but with your current strength, even if we fight it will be useless. 40 years from now, I might be a little interested in you, but now, you are nothing more to me than a chicken or a dog. The Good Fortune Saint Sun's aura became increasingly strong. Lin Ming coldly said, if you and I fight, it is impossible for it to be a life or death struggle, so there naturally must be a gambling stake. I want your Grand Mist Spirit Bead, but even if I beat you up so badly that no one can recognize you, I fear that I still won't be able to obtain it. Lin Ming was well aware that with a treasure on the level of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, there would be an unfathomable layer of protections over it. With just a thought, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign might be able to take it back, otherwise how would he dare to leave the Grand Mist Spirit Bead with the Good Fortune Saint Sun? The Grand Mist Spirit Bead alone was countless times more precious than the Good Fortune Saint Sun's life. If he wanted to defeat the Good Fortune Saint Sun to obtain the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, that was simply a fantastical daydream. Hearing Lin Ming mention the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, the Good Fortune Saint Sun frowned, not replying. He knew that Lin Ming was trying to deliberately stir him up. The Grand Mist Spirit Bead was an extremely important matter, and no matter how much he believed he could easily defeat Lin Ming, he would not disclose even the smallest secret about it. Compared to a divine artifact like the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, the alliance and marriage were nothing at all. Lin Ming saw the good fortune Saint Sun's silence and said, "If I win, not only do I want you to cancel your marriage proposal to Jixiana but also take out a true divinity cultivation method suitable for human." Lin Ming was like a lion opening wide his maw, immediately demanding such exorbitant conditions. As these conditions were tossed out, all of the human Empyreans present were shocked. Lin Ming, Empyrean Divine Dream, took a deep breath. As she looked at Lin Ming, her eyes filled with a complex light. She knew that the reason Lin Ming wanted a true divinity cultivation method suited for humans was not to use for himself, but to help salvage the confidence of humanity. Just before this, the good fortune Saint Sun had implied that as long as any human Empyreans were willing to submit to the saints, they could obtain the method to break into true divinity. To the Empyreans of humanity, this was an unfathomable temptation. Even despite the righteous cause of their race, there would inevitably be some Empyreans that were tempted. And once the betrayals began, the will and heart of the people would be shaken. But now, Lin Ming said that as long as he won, the good fortune Saint Sun would have to take out a human true divinity cultivation method. This was the same as him ruining the good fortune Saint Sun's evil plot. Of course, the premise of all this was that Lin Ming could really win. Thinking of this, Empyrean Divine Dream had no idea how to feel. Lin Ming was only a junior and yet he was shouldering so much. With so many seniors present, in the end they all had to rely on a junior like Lin Ming to obtain the method to break into true divinity. Facing Lin Ming's proposed conditions, the good fortune Saint Sun coldly sneered. "It's true that my saint race has true divinity breakthrough cultivation methods, but how do you know if I've brought any of these inheritances with me?" The good fortune Saint Sun wouldn't use these sorts of inheritances, so it was normal for him to not bring them with him. Lin Ming laughed. "It's not easy for you to return to the saint convocation heaven from the divine realm. Crossing through the god-lamenting wall is an extremely troublesome matter, and since you've already decided to use a human true divinity breakthrough cultivation method to shatter the unity of the divine realm's Empyreans, how could you not carry around these inheritances? Otherwise, wouldn't you simply arouse the suspicions of those thinking of following you?" Lin Ming's words were sharp and aggressive. The good fortune Saint Sun looked at Lin Ming, his eyes darkening. He originally thought Lin Ming had been cornered and acted out of desperation for a woman, but now it seemed that Lin Ming's schemes were deeper than he thought. He wanted to borrow this battle to shatter the plans he had for the humans. Good. It seems I've looked down on you. Yes, I indeed have a human method to break into true divinity, but don't think I'll take it out in vain. Although it is impossible for you to obtain whatever I take out, you still have to put out something which can at least catch a second glance from me for this gambling bet. Do you have anything like that? The good fortune Saint Sun's gaze was brilliant, like a starving beast. Although he knew in his heart that it was impossible for him to lose to Lin Ming, he would never let Lin Ming play such tricks on him. With the good fortune Saint Sun's words, everyone turned to Lin Ming. Lin Ming wanted many things, but if he couldn't take out enough equivalent treasures, then there was no need for the good fortune Saint Sun to comply with him. The good fortune Saint Sun's minions also had contemptuous expressions. Lin Ming's background and status had long been determined. His total net worth simply couldn't compete with the good fortune Saint Sun's. Otherwise, when the good fortune Saint Sun mocked Lin Ming for not bringing out a congratulatory gift, Lin Ming wouldn't have remained silent. Lin Ming said, "Since I want to make a gambling bet with you, I naturally have to bring an equivalent treasure." As he spoke, he quietly extracted a black spear from his spatial ring. This spear had a thick killing intent and wasn't the least bit glossy at all. As it appeared, the laws around it seemed to quiver, as an ancient and vicious atmosphere exuded from it. This was the Black Dragon Spear. The Black Dragon Spear might not be the holy weapon that the Azura Roadmaster used himself, but it was at least a weapon that one of his reincarnations used. This is. As the peak Empyrean protecting the good fortune Saint Sun saw this holy weapon, his eyes popped wide open. Peak true divinity spirit treasure, he suddenly blurted out. Out of everyone present, he had the broadest field of vision and had seen many treasures that were excavated from the Primeval realm ruins. Yet, none of those treasures he saw could compare with this black spear. This weapon had absolutely reached the level of a peak true divinity spirit treasure. As for whether or not this treasure surpassed that level, he couldn't know, because that exceeded his field of vision. Peak true divinity spirit treasure? As the martial artists present heard this, all of them glanced at each other with shock. The good fortune Saint Sun's minions also stared on with moon-like eyes. A peak true divinity spirit treasure could only be raised by a peak true divinity powerhouse. And, this sort of peerless powerhouse was rare even in the most ancient of eras. From the past to the present, these types of spirit treasure had nearly vanished. Just this black spear alone far surpassed the value of an ordinary true divinity cultivation method. Lin Ming gently traced the black dragon spear's shaft. After taking out the black dragon spear, he had cut off all means of retreat and was determined to fight to the bitter end. This was a battle with his life and his property on the line. Good fortune Saint Sun, what kind of cultivation method can you bring out? It should be some extremely incomplete true divinity cultivation method, right? If you can't do that, then your so-called true divinity influence is far too poor. Can you not even compare with a little junior like me? Lin Ming asked the good fortune Saint Sun in reply, his words imperious. Chapter 1767, 9 Orifice Exquisite Pill. Chapter 1767, 9 Orifice Exquisite Pill. You. The good fortune Saint Sun took in a deep breath. He never imagined that Lin Ming would pull out such a treasure. Generally speaking, when comparing the same level of treasure, a spirit treasure was slightly less valuable than an inheritance. But what Lin Ming took out was a peak true divinity spirit treasure, and what the good fortune Saint Sun took out was only an extremely incomplete true divinity inheritance. Looking at the two items, the difference was far too great. After fishing through his spatial ring, the good fortune Saint Sun reluctantly took out an almost complete human true divinity inheritance. Even in the good fortune Saint Palace, there was an extremely small number of these inheritances. Lin Ming probed the contents of the inheritance with his sense and was able to discern that it was indeed a cultivation method. He had studied the Azura laws, a cultivation method that already surpassed a true divinity cultivation method. With that as his foundation, his ability to appraise true divinity cultivation methods was beyond the understanding of the average person. He could just barely judge the exquisiteness of the laws within. What the good fortune Saint Sun took out was only a low-rank cultivation method, but its advantage was that it was complete. After Lin Ming investigated the jade slip, the other Empireans present also did so, unable to withstand their curiosity. Even the monster emperor probed with his sense. However, besides Divine Dream, none of the other Empireans had ever touched upon the domain of true divinity. For a time, they had difficulties discerning the profound principles within. A lower middle rank true divinity cultivation method. Do you really plan on using that little thing to bet against my black dragon spear? Lin Ming tauntingly said. But as he spoke, his words shocked the Empireans present. How had Lin Ming seen through the rank of the cultivation method? He was only a half-step holy lord, and yet he was familiar with the boundaries of a true divinity cultivation method. Moreover, from the expressions of the good fortune Saint Sun and that peak Saint Empyrean, it seemed that Lin Ming's judgment was correct. Humph. Even if I take out a more precious cultivation method, so what? You think you can obtain it? The good fortune Saint Sun taunted back. But taunts were taunts. If he wasn't able to take out an equivalent amount in treasures, then he really wouldn't have any face left. He also took out another jade slip fragment and pill. This cultivation method was even worse. In fact, the entire good fortune Saint Palace only had these two human cultivation method inheritances. Their grades were extremely ordinary and the second set was highly incomplete. But as for the pill, it was of an exceedingly high quality, nearly reaching the level of a true divinity spirit pill. 9 Orifices Exquisite Pill. Although this is a transcendent divine pill, its level nears that of true divinity. It was originally refined by His Majesty the Saint Sovereign for me to break into the World King realm. The materials required to make this pill are extremely rare and its value is no less than that of an incomplete true divinity cultivation method fragment. As the good fortune Saint Sun bragged, Lin Ming looked over the pill, overjoyed in his heart. That was actually a pill refined by the good fortune Saint Sovereign, a top-quality body transformation pill. This is really an unexpected harvest. Lin Ming thought to himself. In truth, he didn't care about the rank of the human true divinity cultivation methods at all. As long as he had a true divinity cultivation method, no matter high or low its grade was, it could stabilize the hearts of the human Empyreans and make it so that they didn't defect to the saints. This was enough. To expect any human Empyreans to practice this true divinity cultivation method and complete their breakthroughs in time to help in the great calamity was simply unrealistic. This was because their chances of doing so were pitifully low to begin with, and a breakthrough would require millions of years anyway. In the great calamity, this would be of no help at all. Lin Ming withdrew his sense and flippantly said, "With all that random stuff added together, it's just barely enough." These few words had the good fortune Saint Sun feeling wretched enough to vomit blood. He felt very aggrieved. He had taken out all sorts of treasures, including even the 9 orifices exquisite pill that he couldn't bear to eat, and yet it was being described as random stuff by Lin Ming. However, in all fairness, it really wasn't much to look at when compared to Lin Ming's black spear that came from nowhere. Then, Lin Ming turned to Empyrean Demon Dawn. His words were no longer polite, because he knew that being polite had no use now. Demon Dawn, the good fortune Saint Sun has already agreed, now it's you. If I win, I will take away Xiana. Just this gambling fight with the good fortune Saint Sun wasn't enough. If Empyrean Demon Dawn didn't agree, it was meaningless. Empyrean Demon Dawn sneered. "You think you can win? What a joke. Since you already think I cannot win, what's the problem of making a promise to me?" Empyrean Demon Dawn disdainfully said, "I don't believe you have any chance of winning, but I also don't like being played by others, especially a junior like you. Why should I bother with you?" "Is that so?" Lin Ming traced his dantian and a black light projected out from his inner world, forming an image projection in the space near him. In this projection there was actually a titanic black egg shown. The surface of this egg was covered with patterns, looking mystical and ancient. Through the eggshell, if one looked extremely carefully, they could see a strong and healthy life within, one that constantly exuded waves of life aura like crashing wave. Empyrean Demon Dawn was panic-stricken. Dragon egg. And it is a royal dragon egg. The monster race possessed god beasts, but they were extremely rare. As for royal god beasts, there were even less of them. Empyrean Demon Dawn never imagined that Lin Ming would put out a royal dragon egg. Moreover, what was rare was that this dragon egg had developed extremely well in Lin Ming's inner world. Once it hatched, it would soar into the heavens, becoming a powerful young dragon. This brat, where did he get so many treasures? First it was a peak true divinity spirit treasure and then afterwards a dragon egg. These were things that even Empyrean Demon Dawn didn't possess. Many of the extraordinary characters present were stunned. Perhaps even just a part of Lin Ming's treasures was worth far more than their total assets combined. "If I lose, then this dragon egg is yours." Lin Ming grit his teeth as he spoke. This was the life legacy left behind by Senior Black Dragon. He absolutely could not lose. "I can't believe you are willing to." Empyrean Demon Dawn's eye burned brightly. He could actually sense that this dragon egg had already become one with Lin Ming and they shared both flesh and blood. Once it hatched from the egg, it would be greatly helpful to Lin Ming's strength. If he were to leave this egg at the monster and demon races, that would be a tremendous loss to him. He was staking everything he had on this single gamble. Could he really defeat the good fortune Saint Sun? Just as Empyrean Demon Dawn thought of this, he immediately felt it was impossible. "Good. If you can win, then I will let you take away Xiana. But at the same time, I will also announce that me and Xiana have cut off all ties as a grandparent and grandchild." Empyrean Demon Dawn's words were watertight. Drawing back, even if Lin Ming won and Xiao Moxian married him, there wasn't any loss. In that sort of situation, Lin Ming would already have been heaven-defying to the extreme. This sort of heaven-defying talent would be enough to make up for his disadvantage in age. Even if he couldn't play much of a role in the Great Calamity, it wouldn't be easy for the saints to kill him either. Once the Great Calamity arrived, Lin Ming could quietly endure and cultivate. Then, one day, he could rely on his strength to reverse the heavens. At that time, if Xiao Moxian were to follow Lin Ming, Empyrean Demon Dawn could feel relieved about her. And even if Empyrean Demon Dawn had chosen wrongly in this Great Calamity and wasn't able to bear the consequences of his failure, even if he were killed, Xiao Moxian could still rebuild the demon race and allow them to continue onwards. As for him cutting off his relations with her, that was to draw a clear boundary between them, so there were more escape routes for her. If he really did choose wrongly, then cutting off relations could help protect Xiao Moxian. Xiao Moxian shivered, remaining silent. Lin Ming said, "Not only will I take away Xiana, but if I win I want to take something from you, the Annihilation Fire Elemental." When Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian had killed the Undying Polar Ice, they had obtained the Undying Inferno's Soul Fire afterwards. Lin Ming had given the Soul Fire to Xiao Moxian, but she had initially refused. This was because Lin Ming would soon attempt to break through into the third Dao Palace of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, the Extreme Polar Dao Palace. At that time, he would need to choose 2 types of source strengths to serve as the catalyst. To Lin Ming, the 2 source strengths most appropriate were fire elementals and thunder sources. Xiao Moxian wanted to give the Undying Inferno's Soul Fire to Lin Ming to help him break through the Extreme Polar Dao Palace, but he refused. One reason was because it would just be a waste of such a treasure. Moreover, it would be incomparably difficult for him to find a thunder source that was of similar quality to the Undying Inferno's Soul Fire to pair with it. Later, Xiao Moxian told Lin Ming that in Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace, there was an Annihilation Fire Elemental that had been saved for her. It could be used to help Lin Ming break into the Extreme Polar Dao Palace. Now, Lin Ming naturally took advantage of this moment to bring it up. Empyrean Demon Dawn slightly frowned but didn't refuse. The Annihilation Fire Elemental was originally to be given to Xiao Moxian. Although he had always been harsh and demanding of her, everything he did was for the demon race and to guarantee the foundation of their people. He also hoped that she would live a long and good life. Fine. Empyrean Demon Dawn agreed. Lin Ming took a deep breath and turned toward the Good Fortune Saint Sun. With this, everything else had been settled. All that was left over was to fight. Chapter 1768, Scorching Blood Sun. Chapter 1768, Scorching Blood Sunday. In this battle with the Good Fortune Saint Sun, Lin Ming had bet nearly everything he had. To win was to forge a future for humanity and allow them a chance to breathe and gather themselves. To lose was to lose the Black Dragon Spear, to lose the Black Dragon Egg, and to lose Xiao Moxian. This was a price that Lin Ming absolutely could not withstand. As for how strong the Good Fortune Saint Sun truly was, Lin Ming had absolutely no idea. If he were to fight the Good Fortune Saint Sun at the end of the full 100 years, then he would have absolute confidence in victory. But now, because of what happened with Xiao Moxian, he had no choice but to fight here and now. In this battle, Lin Ming didn't know how many cards the Good Fortune Saint Sun would have in his hands, nor did he know what kind of cultivation method the Good Fortune Divine Art was. Thus, for this battle, Lin Ming had already thrown everything he had on the table and cut off all paths of retreat. He was determined to fight until the end. On the other side, the Good Fortune Saint Sun similarly couldn't understand Lin Ming. As for the depths of Lin Ming's strength, not even Xiao Moxian was completely clear. "I really have no idea where your courage comes from." The Good Fortune Saint Sun stared at Lin Ming's Black Dragon Spear. Towards that spear, he felt nothing but incomparable jealousy. As long as he defeated Lin Ming, that spear was his. He couldn't take a liking to something like an Empyrean Spirit Treasure, but as for a peak top-level True Divinity Spirit Treasure, let alone possessing one, he had only ever seen 2 in his entire life. "If you want to deliver me your treasures, then come." As the Good Fortune Saint Sun spoke, his body flashed and he flew out from the main hall. Lin Ming followed close behind. In the blink of an eye, the 2 left the Divine Palace and flew 100 miles away, floating high above the skies of the primal jungle island beneath them. All around them great mountains towered and massive trees loomed. This world was located within the monster race's Black Pagoda. It was an ancient ruin opened up by an ancient true divinity-level powerhouse, and the space here was as stable as a boundless true universe. No matter how Lin Ming and the good fortune Saint Sun fought here, it would be impossible for them to cause this world to collapse. Behind Lin Ming, the other Empyreans and young elites flew out in abundance, including even the Monster Emperor and Empyrean Demon Dawn. All of them were watching this battle. And outside of the Divine Palace, all of the young disciples that were waiting, as well the massive number of monster race disciples and followers, were all shocked as they looked up and saw Lin Ming and the good fortune Saint Sun fly high up in the air, confronting each other, and then the droves of high-level figures that flew after them. What was going on here? Why did it seem that Lin Ming was going to fight the good fortune Saint Sun? Before they could think further, there was a loud ring as the good fortune Saint Sun drew out a heavy sword from his spatial ring. This heavy sword was pitch black and didn't give off any light at all. It was as long as a person and looked incredibly heavy. The heavy sword's blade had no edge, but with a weapon of this level, whether there was an edge on the blade no longer mattered. Seeing this heavy sword appear, the human Empyreans present felt their hearts shake. This is... The aura emitting from the good fortune Saint Sun's sword was clearly far inferior to Lin Ming's black dragon spear. But it was far, far mightier than any ordinary Empyrean spirit treasure. That is a true divinity spirit treasure, but amongst the lowest level. Empyrean Divine Dream faintly whispered. Her words caused everyone's hearts to skip a beat. They felt that Lin Ming was inferior to the good fortune Saint Sun, but by relying on the black dragon spear, he should be able to make up for a part of the difference. Yet now, the good fortune Saint Sun had also taken out a true divinity spirit treasure. The good fortune Saint Sun diabolically grinned. I am skilled in all weapons. Swords, sabers, spears, anything I touch I can wield. Your spear shall be taken by me. Although he was arrogant and insolent, he wouldn't lower his guard. He didn't believe that Lin Ming would be so stupid and freely deliver such treasures into his hand. But no matter what cards Lin Ming had up his sleeve, he had absolute confidence he would win, and at this time, Lin Ming did something incredibly mind-boggling. They saw Lin Ming put away the black dragon spear and take out the phoenix blood spear once more. He wanted to use the phoenix blood spear to fight the good fortune Saint Sun. The eyes of all martial artists present turned as wide as full moons. What was Lin Ming doing? Things had already come this far and he still wanted to hold back. Was he insane? The Phoenix Blood Spear was only an ordinary spirit artifact. It could just barely manage to face an Empyrean spirit treasure, much less a true divinity spirit treasure. It might even be instantly split in half by the good fortune Saint Sun's sword. Lin Ming, you brat, what are you doing? Empyrean vast universe was already breathless with anxiousness. But Lin Ming remained unperturbed. He still used the Phoenix Blood Spear to face the good fortune Saint Sun. The Black Dragon Spear was almost 20 billion jins heavy. In order for Lin Ming to use it, he would have to consume his strength at an alarming rate. In the past, when killing the undying polar ice, Lin Ming using the Black Dragon Spear in a single all-out attack had exhausted nearly half his strength. After that, Lin Ming entered the final trial's 6th level and obtained the Asura Sutra's 2nd volume. With several years of training, his comprehension and skill in the Asura laws increased by leaps and bounds. Finally, he could use the Asura laws to control the Black Dragon Spear to barely utilize a few % of its power. However, this had to be done when a battle reached its most white-hot stage. Otherwise, he would rapidly exhaust his strength and no longer be able to defeat the good fortune Saint Sun. At that time, Lin Ming would only be able to wait to be struck down. In a way, it was similar to a long-distance contest. If he sprinted at the start, it would be impossible to keep running near the end. Only at the final stretch where he ran with everything he had would he be able to fight for victory. At this time, the good fortune Saint Sun came to a conclusion as to why Lin Ming put away the Black Dragon Spear. He laughed and said, "I understand now. It's true that you have a peak true divinity spirit treasure, but you simply aren't able to use it. Even for the heavy sword in my hands, I was only able to move less than a tenth of its power after breaking through to the 5th level of the good fortune divine art. And, this edgeless heavy sword is amongst the worst of true divinity spirit treasures, whereas your black dragon spear is a peak true divinity spirit treasure. It's unbelievable how much strength it must take to wield, so how could the likes of you possibly use it? The good fortune Saint Sun's words were like a bucket of cold water that was poured over Empyrean vast universe's entire body, making him feel chilled to the bone. All of the human Empyreans present felt their hearts drop. They had been hoping for the black dragon spear to show some miraculous effect in battle, but it seemed that this spear could not be used because Lin Ming wasn't able to control it. Then what was the point of fighting? Did Lin Ming plan on using the Phoenix Blood Spear to contend with the good fortune Saint Sun's true divinity spirit treasure? Wasn't this just a hopeless struggle? The good fortune Saint Sun became even more arrogant, more brazen. I was also afraid of that spear because I thought it might contain the battle spirit of some true divinity, but now it seems that you cannot even use it. Just how do you plan on fighting with me? Just sit down and die. As the good fortune Saint Sun spoke, his body shot forwards. The astral essence around him shot out like endless golden divine swords, making him seem like a scorching blood sun, making it impossible for others to look at him. His sword cut down. As his long hair scattered, a wild and savage light burst out from his eyes. From the heavy sword, a several 100,000-foot-long black light split apart the blue skies. The towering mountains and massive trees were swept up by this sword light. For a time, stones crashed to the ground and pieces of shattered wood swirled in the air. This sword light left all the young elites holding their breath. Even though they were dozens of miles away, they felt their mortal bodies nearly be crushed by the terrifying momentum alone. It was hard to imagine that this was a battle between juniors. Even those lords who had ruled for several 100,000 of years were humbled in the face of such power. Facing this sword, Lin Ming's complexion was earnest and dignified. In a situation where he couldn't use the black dragon spear, his weapon became his weak point. It would be hard to directly confront this attack. He drew back and opened the heretical god force. The power of thunder and fire erupted, wrapping around his body. A boundless and ancient strength rose up, completely surrounding Lin Ming. This was Lin Ming's Grand Mist force field, an offensive and defensive ability. Ca. As the black sword light broke into the barrier of the Grand Mist force field, it was rapidly weakened by the Grand Mist space. Then, Lin Ming thrust out the Phoenix Blood Spear again and again. With the support of his immense bodily strength, the weakened sword light was pierced through by Lin Ming's spear. A crazy and furious energy erupted outwards. Lin Ming was forced back 100 miles, and wherever he went, mountains and rivers would disintegrate and the earth would be hollowed out. It was unknown how many towering ancient trees were twisted to pieces by the energy and evaporated into ash. The good fortune Saint Sun's black light seemed to contain a dark demonic strength to it. Any object that was swept within would be completely annihilated, leaving almost nothing behind. As the young elites saw the millions upon millions of ancient trees be destroyed in the maelstrom, all of them felt streams of cold sweat dripping down their back. If they were sucked into that black sword light, even just the tiniest bit, perhaps they would turn to nothing but ashes. At this time, there was a loud explosive sound as the black sword light completely dissipated. Lin Ming grasped the Phoenix Blood Spear, standing proud and tall in the wild fluctuations of energy. He withstood it. He withstood the good fortune Saint Sun's first sword strike. However, that wasn't a true frontal confrontation but rather avoiding the sharpness and then using his own force field to diminish the sword light. As for what Lin Ming finished off with his weapon, that was in truth just a tiny part of it. An Empyrean commented. In just one move, the battlefield that Lin Ming and the good fortune Saint Sun had been fighting on was raised. Where Lin Ming had withdrawn by 100 miles, a massive chasm formed with everything within it annihilated. This was the horrifying scar that the good fortune Saint Sun's sword light left upon the land. All of the human Empyreans present were nervous. Although Lin Ming didn't suffer a loss in that strike, he wasn't able to directly confront the good fortune Saint Sun. This made all the human Empyreans feel doubt in their hearts. Hey, all you can do is run away? The good fortune Saint Sun held his black heavy sword in his hand, slowly flying in the air like a peerless war god. The bright light of the sun shined in his hair, casting a blinding golden light. You cannot withstand my attack directly, so you want to use skirmish tactics to fight me. If you don't want to face me, then should I chase you around like a mouse everywhere? Since I use a true divinity spirit treasure, I consume strength faster than you, and no matter how much strength I have, I will suffer a loss. So, you want to use that tactic to slowly reduce my strength. A well thought out plan, but what a pity it is nothing but a dream. This time I'll make sure there's nowhere you can run. As the good fortune Saint Sun spoke, wild astral winds rose up all around him. These strong astral winds blew into the void, constraining the power of space. With a light crackling sound, the space surrounding Lin Ming and the good fortune Saint Sun was locked up like a cage. Let's see how you'll run away this time. The good fortune Saint Sun maliciously grinned, rushing forwards. And as he did, the space cage also tightened. With Lin Ming's strength, he could naturally break through this space cage and escape, but in the brief moment it took him to do so, he would be overtaken by the good fortune Saint Sun. Die. I will split you and your spear in half together. As the good fortune Saint Sun hurtled forwards, his black sword slashed through space. Chapter 1769, Good Fortune Divine Art. Chapter 1769, Good Fortune Divine Art. Sword potential soared through the heavens as dark winds swallowed the world. The boundless black sword light seemed as if it would destroy the very foundation of this independent space, severing the pillars of the world. Facing this titanic sword strike, everyone felt as if the apocalypse had come and the world would collapse and be annihilated. Lin Ming grasped the phoenix blood spear. The 10-foot-long spear shaft gently shivered in this catastrophic sword light. The phoenix blood spear was only a spirit artifact. For it to face a true divinity spirit treasure, even one that could display less than a tenth of its true power, was far too difficult. Everyone looked at Lin Ming and held their breath. Without the black dragon spear, how would he block the good fortune Saint Sun? But if he couldn't use the black dragon spear as he pleased, then facing this terrifying sword light that filled the heavens and earth, the phoenix blood spear might be cut in half. Woo. The phoenix blood spear violently trembled, emitting keening cries as it was unable to withstand the burden. Lin Ming's complexion changed. His greatest weakness right now was his weapon, and at the start he really was planning on using guerrilla tactics to slowly whittle down the good fortune Saint Sun's strength. However, the good fortune Saint Sun didn't give him this chance. This move not only blocked out space, but it also forced him to directly meet his enemy. Up until now, the good fortune Saint Sun was the strongest opponent Lin Ming had ever faced. The vibrations traversing the phoenix blood spear became increasingly intense. Seeing it reach its limits, Lin Ming turned his right hand and the phoenix blood spear disappeared into his spatial ring. In the next moment, another spear appeared in Lin Ming's hand. This spear was gold all over and blazed with a brilliant golden light. This spear was named the Purple Gold Spear and was the Empyrean Spirit Treasure Spear Duke Fullmoon used a sky-high price of 2 billion contribution points to win at the Divine Rune City auction. At that time, it had been Lin Ming's intention to mess with Duke Fullmoon and cause him to lose more wealth. Afterwards, Duke Fullmoon had been killed by Lin Ming and this spear finally fell into Lin Ming's hands. In terms of quality, this purple gold spear was far inferior to the good fortune Saint Sun's black divine sword. However, it was far harder than the phoenix blood spear. At the very least it wouldn't break in half within the turbulent sword light. The purple gold spear violently collided with the black sword light. Massive chunks of golden light were swallowed up by the black sword light. Lin Ming was forced back again and again. As for the good fortune Saint Sun, he pushed forwards with unstoppable force, his every sword strike aiming for Lin Ming's neck. Lin Ming struck the barriers of the space cage. The good fortune Saint Sun hurtled forwards. The astral essence around his body blazed like a scorching sun. With his black hair wildly flying about, he was like a peerless war god. His arms were as sharp as swords and energy erupted from his body like waves in a stormy sea. His blood vitality billowed upwards, shooting straight into the starry skies. He's been suppressed. Seeing this scene, the human Empyreans nearly felt their hearts leap out of their chests. The good fortune Saint Sun was just far too strong, and the blood vitality and physical strength he possessed was nearly that of a grown god beast. It was simply impossible to match him. On the other hand, although Lin Ming had taken out an Empyrean spirit treasure, the grade of this spear wasn't even too high amongst Empyrean spirit treasures. It was still far too difficult for him to use this spear to block the good fortune Saint Sun. Now, Lin Ming had been forced back to the edges of the space barrier. He could only forcefully withstand the good fortune Saint Sun's strike. Even if you could use a true divinity spirit treasure, you would be far from my match, much less the current you that cannot use a true divinity spirit treasure. Now, watch as I take your head. The good fortune Saint Sun cruelly chuckled. He could finally strike Lin Ming with everything he had. After this strike, all of Lin Ming's meridians would be torn to pieces and his organs would be reduced to a puddle of goo. Facing the good fortune Saint Sun's sword, Lin Ming's pupils shrank. At this time, a blue divine light shot out from deep within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, pouring into the shaft of the purple gold spear. This was Lin Ming's large success Blue Soul Battle Spirit. By fusing his weapon with his battle spirit, he could just manage to bridge the difference in weapon grade. In that instant, Lin Ming opened the heretical god force to the limit. Behind him, the phantom of an ancient and massive tree appeared. The bough towered into the skies, blocking out the clouds and shrouding the sun. Even when that annihilating black light shined upon the crown of this ancient tree, it found it difficult to penetrate through. All of the energy condensed, forming a giant vortex in front of Lin Ming. Lin Ming thrust out his spear, sweeping through the void. Eternal darkness. Bang! A terrifying eruption exploded between Lin Ming and the good fortune Saint Sun. A tide of energy cracked open a massive fissure in the ground, and even the sea that was hundreds of miles away began to violently rage and storm as tsunamis started to form. Lin Ming grasped the purple gold spear, solidly clashing with the good fortune Saint Sun. Spear to sword, it was a simple but brutal collision. Lin Ming's muscles began to bulge. His meridians and blood vessels expanded, and with a loud cracking sound, the space barrier behind him collapsed from the pressure. What? The good fortune Saint Sun never thought that Lin Ming would manage to block his direct strike. Although the good fortune Saint Sun hadn't used his complete strength nor had he used the good fortune divine art, in his opinion, the strength he used now should still easily be able to defeat Lin Ming. Especially since Lin Ming's weapon was far inferior to his own. The good fortune Saint Sun's sword light was terrifying, but it was still blocked by Lin Ming. And Lin Ming has only a half-step Holy Lord cultivation. 100 miles away where members of the monster race had gathered, the young elites were all quietly watching this battle. Although they had heard that Lin Ming possessed a talent that defied the will of the heavens, today was the first time they witnessed it with their own eyes. Amongst the juniors, no one can compare to Lin Ming's heroic daring. If the young elites of my race were compared to him, it would be no different than fireflies to a bonfire. It's no wonder he had the courage to challenge the good fortune Saint Sun. To fight the middle Holy Lord good fortune Saint Sun with a mere half-step Holy Lord cultivation, and also with a weaker weapon, everyone thought that Lin Ming would be quickly defeated. But in 2 continuous moves, Lin Ming still hadn't fallen. Just this alone was more than enough to be proud of. Your Highness Wumor, what are you doing? You must hurry and defeat this Lin Ming. In this battle you have the advantage of cultivation, so you must thoroughly obtain victory. You must not only defeat him but also rout the confidence of the humans, otherwise it is the same as you having loss. Do you not see the expressions that these human Empyreans are making? Destroy their hope. Make it so that they lose all courage to resist our people. At this time, a sound transmission from a Saint Empyrean echoed in the good fortune Saint Sun's ears. The good fortune Saint Sun took a deep breath. As the dignified Saint Sun of the Entra Saint race and also with a middle Holy Lord cultivation, if he couldn't defeat a mere Lin Ming who wasn't even a Holy Lord yet and also drag out the battle for a long time, that simply couldn't be justified. At this time, the good fortune Saint Sun had fallen completely silent. He turned his burning eyes towards Lin Ming. I will acknowledge that I have underestimated you. Your strength has surpassed my imagination, but even so, that will not change the outcome. You will still be miserably beaten by me." As the good fortune Saint Sun spoke, the astral essence surrounding him turned pure gold, as if there was a golden sun burning within his body. As the color of the good fortune Saint Sun's astral essence changed, his aura also experienced an earth-shaking transformation. This is. Many of the human masters present had keen senses. They realized that the good fortune Saint Sun was undergoing some type of transformation at this moment, and his strength was rapidly ascending. This is the good fortune divine art. Several years ago, when the good fortune Saint Sun defeated a human great world king, he used this golden astral essence. Amongst the human Empyreans, there were some that had witnessed the battle between the good fortune Saint Sun and the human great world king. Through that battle, they had gained a profound impression of the good fortune divine art. The ordinary good fortune Saint Sun and the good fortune Saint Sun who used the good fortune divine art were two completely different concepts. Moreover, the current good fortune Saint Sun had even broken into the fifth level of the good fortune divine art. Lin Ming, be careful of him. This good fortune divine art is an upper or even peak true divinity cultivation method. Empyrean vast universes sound transmission echoed in Lin Ming's ears. Because his experience was limited, he couldn't clearly distinguish what grade of cultivation method this good fortune divine art was. With Empyrean vast universes words, Lin Ming's heart skipped a beat. A superior or even peak true divinity cultivation method. Lin Ming didn't know what level true divinity the good fortune Saint Sovereign was, but what was without doubt was that through all the years of the saints, they should have obtained many rare and precious inheritances from the Primeval Realm ruins. Moreover, the saints possessed an unfathomably deep background. Their martial arts civilization and inheritances had never been cut off like humanity's had, thus humans were incomparable with them. In this sort of situation, even if the good fortune Saint Sun wasn't a superior true divinity, it wouldn't be a surprise if he possessed a superior or peak true divinity cultivation method. If so, then Empyrean Divine Seal's divine seal art would most likely be inferior to the good fortune Saint Sun's good fortune divine art. As Lin Ming thought of this, his complexion became increasingly grim. And at this time, all of the strength of the world seemed to be summoned by an invisible call. All of it started gathering towards the good fortune Saint Sun. This strength consisted of not just heaven and earth origin energy, but all the strengths of the world. Light, heat, microscopic ions in the air, the power of life, the power of the rocks, the power of streams, all of it began to gather towards the good fortune Saint Sun. With his own eyes, Lin Ming could see changes occurring hundreds of miles away. Grass and plants began to wither and fall. Those towering old trees that reached the skies rapidly atrophied, becoming nothing but dead wood. The rivers running through the forests evaporated, revealed dried-up riverbeds. This sort of feeling was as if the entire river had been sucked dry of its essence, energy and vitality, and had undergone something similar to death. And all of the dissipated essence, energy and vitality was completely absorbed by the good fortune Saint Sun. As the forest was completely destroyed, birds began to scatter. The land began to shake as all the creatures were filled with a manic fear. Beasts fled from the forest, as if they had encountered the most terrifying existence. They crazily struggled in the withering forests, but just a moment later, all of these creatures emitted agonizing screams and their bodies burst open and they turned into masses of blood fog. All of this blood fog also began gathering towards the good fortune Saint Sun. It was like the good fortune Saint Sun was wresting away all the strength of the world, using it to strengthen himself. This strength could no longer be called heaven and earth origin energy, but the power of good fortune. The good fortune divine art was a technique that seized the good fortune of the world. The so-called good fortune was that of nature. In a universe, besides the mortals that lived there, it was the sum of everything. When a person seized the power of good fortune, then the world would lose its spiritual energy and vitality, slowly moving it towards entropy, towards death and decay. This was a truly cruel and overbearingly tyrannical cultivation method. If a true divinity were to use this ability, they could suck dry a great world. Chapter 1770, Seizing the Power of Good Fortune. Chapter 1770, Seizing the Power of Good Fortune. Good Fortune Divine Art. This is the Good Fortune Divine Art. As the human empyreans present as well as the young elites saw the Good Fortune Saint Sun absorb the power of good fortune, all of them were shocked. Only a few of these people had ever seen the Good Fortune Divine Art with their own eyes, and of those that had, none of them knew how many levels existed within it. The Good Fortune Divine Art could be called the strongest cultivation method within the entire saint race. In the legends, it was said that it was created by the ancestors of the saints and then supplemented through multiple generations of true divinities, becoming ever more perfect. Now, the current Good Fortune Divine Art had long been the most core inheritance of the entire saint race. It had to be known that the heaven-lifting black pagoda the Good Fortune Saint Sun was fighting in was also called a miraculous structure. Even so, the Good Fortune Divine Art could still absorb the strength from within it. This was just how overbearing the laws of the Good Fortune Divine Art were. Once the Good Fortune Divine Art was used, it would annihilate all life vitality within a space. Wherever the Good Fortune Divine Art passed, all would be barren, not a single blade of grass would remain green. The greater the strength of the one using it, the more terrifying the degree of annihilation. In the myths, it was said that in the most ancient times the first ancestors of the saint race had gone to war and that in the great worlds they visited, they would leave behind endless tracts of deserts filled with nothing but deathly silence. The destruction would continue for over 1 trillion miles, and even after 1 billion years it still wouldn't be completely restored. The Good Fortune Saint Sun has finally used the Good Fortune Divine Art. What a terrifying Good Fortune Divine Art! Is there any junior that can actually be his opponent? When the Good Fortune Saint Sun defeated a great world king of my race, he still hadn't been this strong. Empyrean Vast Universe said. His forehead was dripping with a cold sweat. This was truly worthy of being called a peak true divinity cultivation method. How could anyone fight it? Even if Empyrean Vast Universe knew that Lin Ming had obtained Empyrean Divine Seal's inheritance atop the Divine Seal altar, the Divine Seal altar that Lin Ming climbed was in truth only a tiny fragment of the ancient Divine Seal altar. The Divine Seal art that Lin Ming cultivated was naturally extremely flawed. Moreover, even if it was the complete Divine Seal art, it still couldn't compare with the saint race's Good Fortune Divine Art that had been continuously perfected over billions of years. And it just so happened that in this completely disadvantageous situation, the importance of the battle was far too great. Disregarding the fact that Lin Ming had bet nearly everything he had, just Xiao Morshen alone was related to the monster and demon race's futures. If Lin Ming suffered a horrible defeat, the consequences would be inconceivable. Not to mention the monster and demon races and their alliance with the saints, Lin Ming alone would suffer a calamitous setback and his future development would be affected. With this sort of loss, even if Lin Ming tried as hard as he could to obtain revenge, he still wouldn't be able to make up for it. The human empyreans all looked at Lin Ming. At this moment, Lin Ming grasped his golden spear, flying arrogantly amidst the raging power of good fortune. Strong winds rose from all directions and his clothes flapped about him. His long hair recklessly scattered upwards. His figure was like a spear, straight and tall. But people knew that on his strong shoulders he was carrying far too many burdens. This battle concerned not just his reputation, wealth, and momentum, but it also concerned the fate of humanity within the upcoming great calamity and whether or not they would be able to catch a breath in this struggle. If there was even a slight possibility that Lin Ming could win this battle, it would galvanize humanity's momentum, giving them more and more strength to push forwards. In the long night of the great calamity, this would be the spark to light the hope of humanity. At this time, the sorrowful humans needed a win. Many human martial artists and even empyreans felt as if humanity was nothing but a pig on the butcher block. Lin Ming. Dozens of miles away from the battlefield, Empyrean Divine Dream took a deep breath and fell silent. The weakening of humanity, what did Lin Ming owe them? His weapon was an ordinary Empyrean spirit treasure and his cultivation methods were Empyrean Divine Dream's Divine Dream Law, Empyrean Primordius Martial Intent, and also the severely incomplete Divine Seal art. Weapons and cultivation were among the two most important factors in one's comprehensive combat strength, and yet he couldn't compare with the good fortune Saint Sun in either. As for the resources he consumed growing up, they were likely incomparable to what the good fortune Saint Sun had taken. The good fortune Saint Sun even had the grand mist spirit bead. In this condition, Lin Ming had to win a nearly impossible victory. He was just 100-year-old junior. While he hadn't taken much of humanity's resources at all, he had been forced to shoulder the life or death burden of his race. Empyrean Divine Dream quietly stared at the battlefield, an unspeakable emotion in her heart. And at this time, the good fortune Saint Sun's aura had risen to the peak. His hair had turned pure gold and divine light shone from his body, as if he were a burning sun. Ha ha ha. Lin Ming. After using the good fortune divine art, this is my strongest battle state. I want to see just how you can still fight with me, the good fortune Saint Sun arrogantly said. He poured his astral essence into the void and a cage of space tightened around Lin Ming, imprisoning him once more. Woo! Atop the good fortune Saint Sun's black sword, an incomparably mournful sound echoed out. This sound seemed to be from the great Tao, but for some reason as this sound fell into their ears they felt a heart-tearing, soul-aching pain. The martial artists with weaker cultivations even wished that they could rip open their chests and dig out their hearts. Their sadness and sorrow had reached the heights of agony. This is the lament of the world. A human Empyrean suddenly shouted. To have a world fall into decline, a dying world will emit a mourning lament. This sound is something that weaker martial artists will find difficult to withstand. Just the aftermath of the good fortune divine art had such power. And once all of the power of good fortune was gathered together, the might and potential of this power would be unimaginable. At this time, the good fortune Saint Sun attacked. His aura seemed swollen with arrogance, unparalleled in the world. His black sword blazed with a brilliant golden light as it shot through the world like a rainbow. When this strength reached the extreme, even a lower quality Empyrean spirit treasure would shatter. I have wrested away the good fortune of the world and can also deprive you of your good fortune. Now, I will sever your good fortune. I will shatter your destiny. I will kill you, exterminating your life and blood vitality. I want to see just how you'll use that garbage spear to block me. The good fortune Saint Sun's killing intent erupted from his body, crashing down at Lin Ming along with the violent black sword light. At this moment, everyone's hearts paused. Facing this dreadful strike that overwhelmed the skies, Lin Ming opened the heretical god force to the limit. The blood vitality within his body shot into the skies, as if a divine dragon was being born unto the world. Behind Lin Ming, the phantom of a boundless true dragon appeared. At the same time, above him, 9 great stars appeared. These stars seemed to possess the inherent infinite strength of the great Tao. Endless strands of starlight fell down, like trillions upon trillions of faint silver ribbons that converged into Lin Ming's body, all of them gathering into the Purple Temple Tao Palace and the Heavenly Retribution Tao Palace. Lin Ming had never opened the 9 stars of the Tao Palace as he did today, to the limit of his limit. This even overdrew upon his life potential. As the power of the 2 Tao Palaces erupted, 2 wheels appeared, one on his left hand and one on his right hand. The wheel on his left hand was ash black, and seemed to contain millions of pained demonic souls, all of them incomparably fierce. This was undoubtedly the myriad demon karmic wheel. As for his right hand, a purple wheel appeared. This wheel was like an endless vortex that gathered the power of the world. It didn't have the thick terrifying feeling of the myriad demon karmic wheel, but instead seemed to contain countless profound martial intents and laws within. This was not the myriad demon karmic wheel but another Asura wheel described within the 2nd volume of the Asura Sutra, the myriad essence reincarnation wheel. The myriad demon karmic wheel originated from the 1st volume of the Asura Sutra, the one that focused on cultivating the mortal body. But what it absorbed were actually evil thoughts and souls. As for the myriad essence reincarnation wheel, it originated from the soul forging Asura Sutra Volume 2. But what it absorbed was origin energy and the deepest meaning of the laws. If so, then the Asura Sutra Volume 3 that cultivated origin energy would produce an Asura wheel that absorbed essence energy and blood vitality. The 3 volumes of the Asura Sutra were not isolated from each other. Rather, they complemented each other. Lin Ming was currently missing the third volume of the Azura Sutra, so he was only able to summon 2 Azura wheels. Although it was far inferior to the strength of summoning 3 wheels that mutually promoted each other, it was still extraordinary enough. As Lin Ming summoned these 2 wheels, the laws of the Azura heavenly Tao began to wildly surge out from his body. This was the first time in the 33 heavens that Lin Ming used the power of the Azura heavenly Tao laws. As the Azura laws filled the endless heavens and earth, an indescribably ancient and boundless energy scattered outwards. Countless mystical law runes fused into the void. This strength was actually able to faintly replace the power of good fortune, replenishing the world and slowly relaxing the mourning lament of the world. Those low-level martial artists who felt a deep and inexplicable sorrow in their hearts suddenly felt much better. This is. The human Empyreans were astonished. They didn't know what strength Lin Ming was using, but what they could tell was that the laws he used had reached incomprehensible heights. Before they could judge further, Lin Ming's 2 Azura wheels had already collided with the good fortune Saint Sun's black sword light. Bang! Monstrous black tides rose in the air, piercing through the void. Beneath the terrifying storm of energy, the earth that had already become a desert began to wildly rip apart, as if all that remained in the world was that horrifying annihilating force that swallowed all of creation. But even in this apocalyptic storm, the 2 wheels that Lin Ming summoned remained like incomparably firm eternal rocks, unshakable. No matter how the power of good fortune washed over him, Lin Ming's eyes remained icy cold, like an Azura reborn. The strength of the 2 Tao palaces opened and a dreadful strength of 60 to 70 billion jinns erupted within his body. He took these 2 wheels and recklessly cut forward. Ca. The sword light formed by the power of good fortune was constantly torn apart. Lin Ming continued with unstoppable force. In the unending onslaught of pressure, his body released explosive crackling sounds. His muscles popped up and his meridians nearly broke in half. However, his hand still grasped onto the 2 Azura wheels. He slaughtered his way forwards like a magnificent and peerless war god. As Lin Ming's momentum reached the peak, there was a terrifying dragon roar that impacted into the deep blue skies, passing through the entire world. The power of good fortune that the good fortune Saint Sun gathered unto him had been forcefully cut off by Lin Ming. In that moment, the sword light had shattered. The blood vitality within Lin Ming wildly tumbled and his arms were stained with blood. To overdraw his strength to battle, this naturally consumed a tremendous amount of energy, but the good fortune Saint Sun had also used up a similar amount of energy. Lin Ming suddenly looked up, staring at the good fortune Saint Sun, his eyes like 2 bolts of lightning piercing through the night sky. This is the good fortune divine art. What a wonderful method of seizing the power of good fortune. If you have anything better, then it's time to show me what you've got. Although Lin Ming's voice seemed exhausted, it actually carried with it an indescribable boldness and arrogance. For a time, all the martial artists present, whether they were Empyreans or young elites, fell silent. Chapter 1771, Golden Sandstorm. Chapter 1771, Golden Sandstorm. Strong winds howled. Yellow sands rolled up as the entire sky was filled with chaotic energies. These energies contained Lin Ming's Azura law as well as the good fortune Saint Sun's good fortune divine art. And beneath the two, the originally endlessly beautiful mountain ranges and lush green forests had been turned into a grim desert. Littering this desert were massive craters and a terrifying abyss that had been formed by the good fortune Saint Sun's last sword strike. This abyss continued for over 1,000 miles, extending past the horizon. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With a loud sound the ground began to shake. From the end of the abyss, a raging tsunami came flooding in. This was because the abyss had split through the entire island, crossing into the sea, bringing back a turbulent tide. The endless sea water flushed into the infinite grains of yellow sands, filling up the massive craters. Seeing this scene, all of the martial artists present were left speechless. The good fortune Saint Sun's good fortune divine art was indeed horrendously terrifying, but even so it had still been blocked by Lin Ming. That was a peak true divinity level cultivation method. How had Lin Ming been able to block it? The young elites of the monster and demon races were completely stunned. As for the young human elites, after a moment of silence, all of the blood in their hearts seemed to ignite as if they had been struck by some tremendous force. This was proof that the young elites of humanity could also fiercely contend with the saint race's saint son. In a situation where the cultivation method and weapon was inferior, they were still evenly matched in battle. But unlike the easily excited juniors, the human Empyreans glanced at each other, an extreme look of disbelief flooding their eyes. They had extraordinary eyesight and could more rationally analyze the battle. Lin Ming's cultivation was less than that of the good fortune saint sons, and even in terms of foundation, the good fortune saint son was extremely solid. With the difference in their weapons added along, according to any sensible logic, Lin Ming should never have been able to directly face the good fortune divine art. But what had actually happened had defied all expectations. Moreover, Lin Ming hadn't used the divine seal art. This also meant that the two strange wheels in Lin Ming's hands were likely an even more mystical and profound cultivation method than the divine seal art was. This sort of cultivation method seems to be its own independent set of laws. Is this a lucky chance that Lin Ming stumbled upon in the Azura Road? Empyrean vast universe mumbled, still shocked. In the growth of a truly outstanding youth, oftentimes no matter where they went they would burst out with a glorious light. The Azura Road was no exception. And in Empyrean vast universe's mind, even if Lin Ming's cultivation method was slightly better than the good fortune divine art, it would still be difficult for him to fight with the good fortune saint son. Lin Ming has been injured. The meridians in his arms have broken in many places, and the move he used just now seems to have affected his life source. A chilling voice sounded out. The one speaking was Empyrean Divine Dream. In her mind, she recalled the vast starlight that had appeared above Lin Ming just then. This sort of starlight gave Empyrean Divine Dream an incomparably strange feeling. As if it was also its own independent laws. If so, then what Lin Ming did just then was the same as using two completely independent sets of laws. That starlight. As she recalled what happened, Empyrean Divine Dream seemed to faintly recall something. Suddenly, she sharply breathed in and slowly said, Lin Ming, it seems that he broke into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. 9 stars appeared and 2 gathered unto his body. That perhaps means he has already opened 2 Tao Palaces. A light voice spread into the ears of all human Empyreans present. The 9 stars of the Tao Palace had long been lost to time. Empyrean Divine Dream had never seen it herself. This was only her guess. For a time, all the human Empyreans were shocked silent. The 9 stars of the Tao Palace. How was this possible? That was a road of cultivation that had been sealed away by the heavenly Tao laws. After the Great Calamity 6 billion years ago, no one had been able to cultivate the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. There was said to be a single exception, and that was Empyrean Primordius. However, he had drawn support from the heaven-defying divine tool that was the Grand Mist Spirit Bead in order to shatter past the limits and open the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Could Lin Ming have obtained the Grand Mist Spirit Bead? Some powerhouse of humanity blurted out. But as he spoke out these words, he discovered that the several human Empyreans in front of him had turned their heads and were giving him strange looks. This human powerhouse's voice caught in his throat and he reddened with embarrassment. He secretly knocked himself on the head for his stupidity. The Grand Mist Spirit Bead was in the good fortune saint son's hand. If Lin Ming had really obtained the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, then could the good fortune saint son and good fortune saint sovereign both be idiots, bringing along some fake item? In other words, in a situation where Lin Ming didn't possess the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, he had forcefully relied upon his own heaven-defying strength to break past the shackles of the heavenly Tao. This was far too terrifying an action. If Lin Ming really did break through the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, then it could be explained how Lin Ming was able to receive the good fortune saint son's good fortune divine art. This was because after opening 2 Tao Palaces, although Lin Ming's cultivation resembled that of a half-step holy lord to outsiders, the truth was that once his body transformation cultivation was added on, he actually surpassed the boundary of a half-step holy lord. Empyrean Divine Dream's words were confirmed in the next moment. The good fortune saint son stared brilliantly at Lin Ming, his gaze full of disbelief. The 9 stars of the Tao Palace. You actually. The good fortune Saint's son had once looked through records of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace within the ancient texts of the saint race. After all, this was also another body transformation route of the great Tao. Even if it wasn't suitable for the saints to cultivate, the saints had still saved up far too many ancient texts, and this included knowledge on the great Tao of 11 body transformation systems of the 33 heavenly Taos. Ironically, the records that the saints possessed concerning human cultivation methods were far more detailed than the records possessed by the humans themselves. This was how the good fortune Saint's son was able to recognize the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Lin Ming's breakthrough of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace caused the good fortune Saint's son to feel disbelief and fear at the same time. This Lin Ming was far too horrifying. By relying on his strength alone, he was able to forcibly shatter the shackles of the heavenly Tao. So you had broken into the 9 stars of the heavenly Tao, no wonder you dared to make such a heavy bet in this battle with me. Your true cultivation has in actuality already surpassed that of a half-step holy lord. But even so, it is impossible for you to win, the good fortune Saint's son said, gritting his teeth. He originally had been thinking of completely rolling over Lin Ming. Whether it was before he had used the good fortune divine art or after he had used the good fortune divine art, he had poured all of his terrifying strength into each strike in order to immediately settle the outcome of the battle, so he could prove just how great the disparity was between him and Lin Ming. But afterwards, the good fortune Saint's son discovered just how tenacious Lin Ming really was. Even though he had been suppressed again and again, he was like a tough weed in the wind, uncrushable. To completely overwhelm Lin Ming was already far too difficult. He had to lengthen the fight, seeking flaws in Lin Ming's defenses and using up his strength. I can't hurry myself to victory. I've been pouring too much strength into each move, I must calm down first. At this moment the good fortune Saint's son had already tossed away all thoughts of underestimating his opponent. He planned to use his attack speed and amazing strength to engage in an extended battle, using his rich combat experience to finally emerge victorious. He was well aware that Lin Ming had also consumed a great deal of energy and even touched upon a wisp of his own life source. If Lin Ming wanted to receive his attacks, it wouldn't be easy for him at all. Bang! The power of good fortune began to gather within the good fortune Saint's son's hands once more. The power of good fortune mixed with his astral essence, spreading into the surrounding space. For a time, the void around the black sword's blade began to shiver with mysterious space laws. And, these space laws caused the hearts of the martial artists present to tremble. There was a saying that the sharpest object in the world was not swords or sabers but space itself. The power of space could cut through all. The good fortune Saint's son's heavy sword had no sharp edge to begin with. Although it was still extremely strong, it lacked razor sharpness. But now, the good fortune Saint's son took the space laws as the edge to make up for this. Moreover, the degree of sharpness far surpassed ordinary weapons. Whoosh! The good fortune Saint's son's figure turned into a golden beam that shot forward. His speed was like a ray of light, so fast that it was hard to discern his presence. The giant heavy sword was crazily swung about by the good fortune Saint's son. Wild astral essence and the power of good fortune stirred up a storm that swept through the world. Endless yellow sands soared into the skies, forming an all-annihilating sand rain in the air. In that instant, the good fortune Saint's son slashed out dozens of times. This sword strike speed wasn't too fast, but it couldn't be forgotten that what the good fortune Saint's son used was a true divinity spirit treasure. You want to compare speed? Lin Ming's pupils shrank. Speed had never been his weakness. The power of the 9 stars continued to pour into Lin Ming, causing his form to rapidly fluctuate. He grasped the golden long spear and reduced the range of the grand mist space to the surface of his skin in order to defend against the power of good fortune and also to resist the energy impact. Ka. The heavy sword fiercely collided with Lin Ming's golden spear. Each time, Lin Ming's arms would violently shake. In that brutal and crazy sandstorm, after having the good fortune Saint's son's power of good fortune poured into it, it formed a tremendous pressure on Lin Ming's grand mist space. They've disappeared. They're fighting it out in the sandstorm. Because they're too fast it's impossible to see them clearly, all I can see are blurry after images. Most of the people watching this battle were young elites. With their eyes, they could not follow the speed of Lin Ming and the good fortune Saint Sun. They could only hear the sounds of horrifying explosions from the sandstorm, like endless billowing thunderclaps, enough to make one's mind shake with fear. In that intense collision, the amount of energy consumed in every breath of time was incomparably terrifying. Even an ordinary world king would soon be sucked dry of energy. Although that crazily spinning golden sandstorm resembled a dreamlike fantasy, the truth was that it was a sandstorm of hell. If someone with insufficient strength were to enter it, they would be grinded down until even their bones were gone. Lin Ming. Outside the golden sandstorm, Xiao Moxian held her hands together, her 10 fingers restlessly moving, her palms wet with sweat. With her cultivation, she could clearly see what was happening to Lin Ming in that golden sandstorm. Every time he fought with the good fortune Saint Sun, he would withstand a tremendous pressure on his arms. Even blood would shoot out. Seeing Lin Ming receive the barrage of intense strikes, Xiao Moxian's eyes turned red and tears flowed out. Not too far away from Xiao Moxian, Empyrean Demon Dawn could see his granddaughter's reactions from the corner of his eyes. A strange and unspeakable feeling percolated in his heart. If possible, he even hoped that Lin Ming could win. But, could he do this? From beginning until now, the good fortune Saint Sun had occupied the winning side in this battle, continually suppressing Lin Ming. Even the fierce combat within the sandstorm was the good fortune Saint Sun going on the offensive. Lin Ming was only defending, and with the battle having reached such a heated state, even the defending side wouldn't have much strength left. Chapter 1772, The Might of the Spirit Bead. Chapter 1772, The Might of the Spirit Bead. Although Lin Ming had consumed a great deal of energy, the good fortune Saint Sun was the same. In every collision, although Lin Ming's arms would be wetted with fresh blood and his meridians would break, he relied on his terrifying recovery ability to slowly restore the damage to his meridians. This allowed Lin Ming to never be defeated. His tenacity exceeded the expectations of all present. Whoosh! A heaven-shaking, earth-shattering sword strike cut through the endless sandstorm. This sword strike seemed to sunder the pillars that supported the world, and even the heavens seemed as if they would fall down. The entire island was severed by this sword strike. An endless abyss formed, continuing for over 10,000 miles and stretching right into the sea. The sea within the world of the Black Pagoda was countless hundreds of thousands of feet deep. Underneath the terrifying pressure, the wild sea tides gushed in, filling up the abyss. Large tracts of land collapsed, turning into endless grains of sand that fell into the sea. The good fortune Saint Sun's sword strike had split apart all land for thousands of miles, the same as splitting a small planet in half. The sandstorm began to calm down. But, the atmosphere entered into a state of unprecedented calm. The good fortune Saint Sun was flushed red and his breathing was rapid. As for Lin Ming, even though his breath was gathered and steady, his entire body was still stained wet with blood. The meridians in his arms were broken in innumerable places. The golden spear in his hands was also covered with numerous dense sword marks. These sword marks were shallow, but it couldn't be forgotten that this golden spear itself was an Empyrean spirit treasure and was a weapon refined by an ancient Empyrean. Even so, it had been scarred with so many sword marks. From this one could see just how strong the good fortune Saint Sun's attacks had been. Although it seemed that the good fortune Saint Sun had the upper hand, some people watching actually discovered that this wasn't as true as they thought. The strength of Lin Ming's mortal body isn't much worse than the good fortune Saint Sun's. A human Empyrean said with shock. Originally, people thought that because Lin Ming was a human martial artist and his cultivation was low, he wouldn't be able to last long against the continued onslaught of the good fortune Saint Sun. But, the truth was that by relying on the horrifying toughness of his body, he had persisted the entire time. In terms of enduring the continued consumption of strength, Lin Ming had taken the upper hand. The good fortune Saint Sun wielding a true divinity spirit treasure from the start until now had caused him to expend a tremendous amount of strength. As for Lin Ming, he used an Empyrean spirit treasure and he focused on defending. Even if he had to take a small wound, he would do so in order to conserve energy. Over the course of this battle, Lin Ming would spend energy at a far slower pace than the good fortune Saint Sun did. Moreover, even though Lin Ming had opened the 9 stars of the Tao Palace and affected his life source, the human Empyreans discovered that although Lin Ming was slowly burning his life source, it didn't diminish at all. It is the gate of life. Empyrean Divine Dream eerily said. Although humanity had lost records of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, they had still maintained inheritances about the 8 inner hidden gates. The Gate of Life was an extremely important gate within the 8 inner hidden gates. It brought with it the ability to regenerate one's life source and blood essence to a certain degree and built a solid foundation for Lin Ming to desperately release the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. The tide of battle is slowly changing. If they continue to fight like this, Lin Ming will be on the winning side. Some human Empyreans came to this nearly unbelievable conclusion. This was a completely unexpected result. The decisive battle between the good fortune Saint Sun and Lin Ming was like a long-distance competition held in the mortal world. Lin Ming followed behind the good fortune Saint Sun, allowing him to be in the lead first. The good fortune Saint Sun was strong and Lin Ming was also strong. However, he only fell behind the good fortune Saint Sun by a little. But during this time, Lin Ming had been secretly conserving his strength, planning to surpass the good fortune Saint Sun in the final moment. To force the good fortune Saint Sun into this sort of situation had surpassed the imaginations of all present. Your Highness Wumor, stop hesitating. At this time, the angry sound transmission of a Saint Empyrean echoed in the good fortune Saint Sun's ears. With the fight having continued until now, it had been more than enough for Lin Ming to greatly show off his glory. Even though their saint race's Saint Sun had a far higher cultivation than this human youth, he still hadn't been able to end the battle. This meant that their saint race's Saint Sun was inferior to the young elites of humanity. The good fortune Saint Sun clenched his teeth. Suddenly, his aura completely condensed within his body. He looked at Lin Ming, his eyes blazing. You have done well. Your tactics, strength, everything you have has surpassed my imagination. I cannot help but acknowledge that you are the most terrifying opponent I have faced in my life. But even so, you will lose all the same. Originally, I didn't want to use this move. As the good fortune Saint Sun spoke, a dazzling light burst out from his chest. In the next moment, a startling scene occurred. The good fortune Saint Sun thrust his hand into his chest and pulled out a bloody bead. This bead was dark and dense, emitting a thick black light. For a time, the skies were covered in chaos. All the martial artists present felt as if their hearts would be swallowed up by this chaos. Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Some martial artists cried out in panic. Even Empyreans also felt fear and apprehension upon facing this Grand Mist Spirit Bead. The good fortune Saint Sun had finally used the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. The good fortune Saint Sun had his pride. As the dignified Saint Sun and also possessing a middle Holy Lord realm cultivation, he should have been able to rely on his own strength to completely roll over this human martial artist that was much younger than he was. However, he had failed again and again. The good fortune Saint Sun had then given up on rolling over Lin Ming and decided to defeat him in a high-intensity melee. But that plan also failed. With that, the good fortune Saint Sun had no choice but to bring out the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. After bringing out the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, the good fortune Saint Sun felt wretched in his heart. As the Saint Sun, he couldn't defeat this human martial artist that had a lower cultivation, and even had to rely on the strength of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead to obtain victory in the end. This was completely unreasonable. Even if he won, it would still be a great loss of face. However, winning was always better than losing. Lin Ming, on the side of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, Missouri Eversnow and Mo Brightmoon both tensed up. The good fortune Saint Sun was finally willing to go all out. Would Lin Ming be able to withstand the attack of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead? Xiao Moxian's forehead dripped with sweat. Lin Ming had already been injured many times, and although the wounds weren't heavy, they had accumulated over time. Lin Ming may have possessed a formidable body, but it still wouldn't be easy for him. And now, The good fortune Saint Sun had summoned the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. The battle was reaching its climax. Lin Ming quietly stared at the spinning black bead. He took a deep breath. It had finally appeared. He had been continually keeping his final cards in hand, all in order to contend with the good fortune Saint Sun's Grand Mist Spirit Bead. If he were to use all his master moves before the good fortune Saint Sun took out the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, then he would have exhausted all his strength. Then, when the good fortune Saint Sun did summon the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, he could only sit and die. The reason Lin Ming had such concerns was that no matter what happened, he didn't dare to use the magic cube to struggle with the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. The reason that the good fortune Saint Sun could freely and openly use the Grand Mist Spirit Bead was because he had the entire Saint race supporting him from behind. But, if Lin Ming were to use the magic cube, the consequences would be disastrous. Lin Ming possessed the magic cube. This was a secret that no one knew besides him, Xiao Moxian, and Mo Eversnow knew. It was a world creation class divine artifact. It was enough to arouse the greed of the Saint race's true divinities, and especially the Soul race's true divinities. Just the Black Dragon Spear alone was not enough for a true divinity-level powerhouse to desperately struggle for it. But, the appearance of the magic cube might even force the Spiriters and Saints to enter into a temporary ceasefire. Then they could join forces to attack humanity and steal away the magic cube. If so, the result would be him and humanity perishing together. Thus, even if Lin Ming lost to the good fortune Saint Sun in this battle, he still couldn't bring out the magic cube. If Lin Ming couldn't use the magic cube, he would have to retain all his strongest cards in order to battle the good fortune Saint Sun's Grand Mist Spirit Bead. So that is the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. The good fortune Saint Sun has finally laid down his arrogant heart. Lin Ming, he, is in danger. Most of the martial artists present had never seen the Grand Mist Spirit Bead before. This was because nearly all who saw the Grand Mist Spirit Bead with their own eyes had died. Still, the name of this divine tool struck like a peal of thunder in their ears. Most people didn't know of the existence of the magic cube or the purple card. To them, this Grand Mist Spirit Bead was the #1 divine tool to ever exist. What a terrifying aura. Even though I'm so far away and I'm not being targeted by the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, I still feel my blood vitality tumbling in me, as if it's about to be sucked away by that bead. A human master said, panic-stricken. He had a half-step World King cultivation. Even a half-step World King was still affected by the aura of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, feeling as if the flow of blood in their body would reverse. Then, without a doubt, if the good fortune Saint Sun were to attack this half-step World King with the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, it would only take an instant for his body to collapse, turning into endless flesh and blood essence that was absorbed by the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Not to mention one half-step World King, even if many half-step World Kings and even ordinary World Kings were gathered together, they would still be instantly slain by the good fortune Saint Sun. Such a result left one drowning in despair. This was the might of a divine tool. Chapter 1773, The Eruption Within the Silence. Chapter 1773, The Eruption Within the Silence. Strong winds howled. The giant island had already been sundered apart. Lin Ming and the good fortune Saint Sun faced each other in the skies, and between them the black Grand Mist Spirit Bead floated, shimmering with a divine light as if it were a black sun, making one unable to look at it. Lin Ming, if you cannot win, then admit defeat. The tide flows in, but it will also flow out. Your talent surpasses that of the good fortune Saint Sun, and you will definitely catch up to him in the future. Do not try to put on some brave front. At this time, Empyrean Vast Universe's sound transmission echoed in Lin Minute Ming's ears, filled with a nervous and worried tone. After the good fortune Saint Sun took out the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, a heaven-shaking reversal in the battle had occurred. I thank you for your concern, Senior, but this junior knows what he is doing. Lin Ming rapidly replied. His mind was completely focused on the good fortune Saint Sun, staring at him with unblinking eyes. Lin Ming could feel the terrifying strength of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. As the one facing the good fortune Saint Sun, he had to bear the full brunt of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead's vast pressure. All of his blood vitality and essence energy seemed to be affected by the grand mist spirit bead, restlessly moving within his body as if everything wanted to rush out. Lin Ming grimaced. He could faintly feel that after summoning the grand mist spirit bead, the good fortune Saint Sun had experienced a qualitative change. The good fortune Saint Sun's ability to utilize the grand mist spirit bead in truth surpassed Lin Ming's ability to utilize the magic cue. This was also within reason. Because the good fortune Saint Sun was a body transformation martial artist and the grand mist spirit bead was also a divine body transformation treasure, the two of them complemented each other. Moreover, the good fortune Saint Sun had the guidance of the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Lin Ming simply couldn't compare with these advantages. Lin Ming, you have lost. Because with the blood energy support of the grand mist spirit bead I can use my sovereign blood body metamorphosis. Do you know why, within the saint race that is filled with countless heroes, I alone have become the singular good fortune Saint Sun? That is because my bloodline is the supreme sovereign bloodline. Out of all the bloodlines of the saints it is ranked number 1. The good fortune Saint Sun growled. The saints were a race that possessed a variety of different bloodline variations. In this way, they were similar to the monster race. The monster race possessed the phoenix bloodline, hydra bloodline, black turtle bloodline, and so forth. Each bloodline gave one a different corresponding talent and ability. This was the same amongst the saints. The most common and visible manifestation of a saint martial artist's bloodline to aid in their combat strength was body metamorphosis. A bloodline body metamorphosis would stimulate the greatest potential of a saint martial artist's mortal body, allowing their combat strength to increase by several times. When Lin Ming fought Naki, this was also the same. The reason that the good fortune Saint Sun hadn't used his body metamorphosis so far in the battle was not because he wanted to save his strength but because his bloodline was simply far too formidable. Once he used his body metamorphosis, he would rapidly use up his energy and even affect his life source. In addition, the good fortune Saint Sun's weapon was a true divinity spirit treasure. That meant that no matter how much energy the good fortune Saint Sun poured into his weapon, the weapon would absorb all without reserve. The result of this was that the good fortune Saint Sun would only be able to attack several times before exhausting his energy. If he couldn't defeat Lin Ming by then, the result could be imagined. But now, with the support of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, everything was different. The good fortune Saint Sun could rely on support from the Grand Mist Spirit Bead to maintain the sovereign blood body transformation for an extended period of time and defeat Lin Ming. As he spoke, the power of good fortune within the world once more swept towards the good fortune Saint Sun. The great desert beneath them began to expand. Even the sea was affected. Once the fish lurking in the sea were caught in the scope of the good fortune divine art, they all lost their strength and life and slowly floated up to the surface, dead. Then, the bodies of these fish and sea beasts disintegrated, turning into a blood fog that was absorbed by the good fortune Saint Sun. The power of good fortune completely fused into the good fortune Saint Sun's body. At that same time, the Grand Mist Spirit Bead also burst out with brilliant black beams of light. Within this light was a billowing blood energy. It erupted from the Grand Mist Spirit Bead and poured into the body of the good fortune Saint Sun. For a time, the good fortune Saint Sun's entire body was covered with a flaming gold divine light. His body emitted explosive crackling sounds and his tall figure began to grow. His muscles inflated and golden scales covered his body. Strange runes were etched onto the surface of these scales, making them look like the scales of a dragon. His hair also turned pure gold. From his elbows and knees, ferocious bone spikes jutted out, looking incomparably vicious. After the good fortune Saint Sun transformed, the power of his blood energy was like a roaring conflagration, burning into the deep blue skies. Ha ha ha. I can feel this power once more. What an intoxicating feeling. Soon, even without the help of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, I will still possess this strength. At that time I will even be able to contend with a half-step Empyrean. The good fortune Saint Sun's head fell back as he roared out to the skies. His joints cracked again and again. His aura was like that of an unrivaled war god, unsurpassed in the world. Seeing this scene, the human powerhouses all held their breath. Now, They were worried that Lin Ming would perish here. Although there were many human Empyreans present, the good fortune Saint Sun after transforming was simply far too strong. Moreover, the Grand Mist Spirit Bead was a spirit treasure that surpassed the boundary of true divinity. They were all afraid that Lin Ming would be directly swallowed up by it, and even an Empyrean wouldn't be quick enough to save him. The loss to humanity would be far too great. This damned good fortune Saint Sun. His own strength wasn't enough to suppress Lin Ming, so he has to bring out this Grand Mist Spirit Bead divine tool. If Lin Ming loses here, there is no justice at all, some young human elites said as they gnashed their teeth. The inside background of humanity was far too poor. Growing up, the young human elites were far too lacking compared to the young elites of the saints when they had to compare resources, inheritances, and other aspects. But as everyone was worrying over Lin Ming, he actually took a deep breath and put the purple gold spear back into his spatial ring. He turned his hand and a black spear appeared in his hand. This spear was as heavy as a planet, and its appearance alone caused the surrounding space to faintly twist. This was the Black Dragon Spear. Seeing Lin Ming suddenly take out the Black Dragon Spear, the young elites watching all felt their eyes go as round as full moons. Black Dragon Spear. Lin Ming finally took out that Black Dragon Spear, a peak true divinity spirit treasure. A young elite cried out in alarm. Wasn't it said that Lin Ming couldn't use the Black Dragon Spear? There should be some sort of limit, otherwise Lin Ming would have used it already. In battling the good fortune Saint Sun, Lin Ming had cut off all roads of retreat and had resolved to fight to the end. Tactics, skills, strength, he used everything at his disposal. It was impossible for him to hold back his strength. If the Black Dragon Spear appeared only now, that meant Lin Ming's control of the spear was far from enough. 3 moves. I can only use the Black Dragon Spear 3 times. Lin Ming whispered to himself as he glared at the good fortune Saint Sun's altered form. If he couldn't beat the good fortune Saint Sun in 3 moves, then all that awaited him was defeat. Haha. You want to use the Black Dragon Spear to face the Grand Mist Spirit Bead? You are far too naive. That spear is indeed a peak true divinity spirit treasure, but just how much of its strength can you use? How many spear strikes can you thrust out? You have already used up far too much of your bodily strength. When you tried to fight me with that golden spear of yours, you barely managed to hold on as it was. Now that you've brought out the Black Dragon Spear, your defeat is imminent. As the good fortune Saint Sun spoke, he lifted his black sword and strode forwards. After using the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, the good fortune Saint Sun had no more reservations. Since he had already lost face anyways, he might as well quickly settle this battle. The good fortune Saint Sun stepped forwards in space, 1 step at a time. As he did, his momentum grew stronger and stronger, his steps seeming to drum along with the hearts of those present. He is gathering his momentum, an Empyrean said. Through movements or attacks, one could gather their momentum, slowly pushing their strength to the limit and then striking out with the final fatal blow. There were many specific martial skills that could achieve this effect, and it was clear that the good fortune Saint Sun was doing so. If one couldn't break his gathered momentum, then they would have to face a terrifying attack. For the current Lin Ming, that meant defeat. As for Lin Ming, he actually grew more and more silent. He even closed his eyes, constraining all of his aura to his body so he resembled an ancient bell. One that was extremely showy and one that was extremely restrained. The 2 martial artists formed a sharp contrast with each other. In that moment, the terrifying aura that the good fortune Saint Sun sent out completely surrounded Lin Ming. This was a completely crushing momentum. The Empyreans present all burned with anxiousness. Pressing forwards a step at a time, the good fortune Saint Sun's momentum had nearly reached the peak. A grin appeared on the corners of his lips, he was almost ready to attack. But in this instant, the silent Lin Ming suddenly erupted. All of the energies within his inner world, in that moment, poured into the azure blood that was sealed in his body. An indescribably terrifying fighting intent shot out from Lin Ming's body. Peaky Parker. Lin Ming's entire body emitted explosive crackling sounds. The boundless and vigorous azure power rushed into Lin Ming's skin and muscles like a raging tide. In that moment, It was like a true dragon was reviving within him. For a time, the mystical power of laws dissipated into the air, surging around Lin Ming's body. His body began to grow taller and the lines of his muscles grew even more perfect. His hair turned as red as blood. Even his looks changed, becoming far more resolute, far more murderous. A limitless, furiously raging aura stormed out from his body. After this transformation, he was like an Asura that had climbed out from the depths of hell. The power of the mysterious Asura laws condensed on Lin Ming's face, turning into law curse seals. Black dragon scales jutted out from his skin, forming a solid layer of armor. Kai kai kai. Thunder and fire howled out from within his inner world, twining around the black dragon scale armor, making him seem like a war god of thunder and fire. And behind Lin Ming, law runes and mystical strengths condensed, forming a massive Asura phantom. This Asura phantom had 3 heads and 6 arms, each arm grasping a different weapon as it blocked out the skies. An incalculable and majestic fighting intent erupted from the Asura phantom. This fighting intent completely overwhelmed the momentum gathered by the good fortune Saint Sun, instead forming a counter-suppression. In just an instant, all of the good fortune Saint Sun's gathered momentum had shattered. This is. Whether it was the human Empyreans or the masters of the monster and demon races, or whether it was the saints present or the young elites present, all of them stared with utter disbelief at Lin Ming. Lin Ming, he, could also undergo body metamorphosis. Body metamorphosis was not just a change in appearance. The main factor was that Lin Ming's strength took a tremendous leap forward. In terms of momentum, he even suppressed the good fortune Saint Sun. Seeing this scene, the monster emperor gulped, his throat twitching. He looked at Empyrean demon Dawn with incredulous eyes and said, Why do I feel that Lin Ming's body metamorphosis is even stronger than the good fortune Saint Sun's sovereign blood body metamorphosis that he relied upon the Grand Mist Spirit Bead to use? How is this possible? Chapter 1774, Peak Showdown. Chapter 1774, Peak Showdown. After galvanizing the Asura blood within him, it wasn't just Lin Ming's strength that had increased, but there was also a world-shaking change in his aura. At the start, Lin Ming's aura was incomparably swift and relentless, carrying with it an unstoppably firm will. It seemed as if no matter what stood in front of him, he could still pierce through it. But after utilizing the Asura blood, Lin Ming's aura had become as fathomless as the bloody seas of hell, carrying with it a terrifying killing intent. Even for the many masters present, even great world kings, when they faced Lin Ming they felt their minds and bodies be invaded by that vast killing intent, nearly causing them to suffocate as they gasped for breath. Lin Ming still had such a hidden card. From the start he had kept back this last resort in order to deal with the good fortune Saint Sun's Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Many human Empyreans suddenly realized. The reason Lin Ming had been suppressed by the good fortune Saint Sun since the start was not because he was weak, but because he was saving his strength and energy. The good fortune Saint Sun's Grand Mist Spirit Bead had long since been factored into his plan. When he challenged the good fortune Saint Sun at the Monster Emperor's longevity feast, this wasn't an impulsive decision he had made on the spot. Rather, he had come up with a thorough strategy and had been gathering his momentum all this time for this challenge. This was the only reason he dared to recklessly bet everything he had. After understanding this, everyone felt frightened and awed. This young man Lin Ming was just completely incomprehensible. Just when they thought they understood everything about him, they realized that what they knew was only the tip of the iceberg. After not seeing him for many years, he left everyone's line of sight, and when he returned he soared into the heavens once more. What a terrifying youth! If he continues to grow, it's certain he will become a true divinity. The Monster Emperor said with a heavy sigh as he placed a hand on Empyrean Demon Dawn's shoulder. Lin Ming had even been able to shatter the shackles of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace with his own strength. To create another miracle and break through the realm of true divinity, that shouldn't be difficult for Lin Ming at all. Empyrean Demon Dawn remained silent. He couldn't help but admit that Lin Ming was the most terrifying youth he had ever seen in his life. Even the good fortune Saint Sun was far inferior to him. At just 100 years old, he had begun to show his towering might and potential. If it weren't for the great calamity of humanity, he would absolutely become a character like Empyrean divine seal from 3.6 billion years ago, perhaps even surpassing him. Thinking of this, Empyrean Demandorn's heart trembled. Empyrean divine seal, didn't he also appear during a great calamity? Perhaps, to Lin Ming, this great calamity wasn't a disaster, but might actually be a lucky chance. As long as he could withstand the great calamity, then Lin Ming would obtain an unbelievable advantage. He would be a phoenix reborn through nirvana, soaring to unimaginable heights. Perhaps Xiana should really be with him. Empyrean Demon Dawn quietly thought to himself. He thought that perhaps he had made the wrong choice. But no matter what, he couldn't rely on his own subjective judgment to decide these matters and gamble the future of his people. Even if Lin Ming could survive the great calamity and become a true divinity, that didn't mean that his demon race would be equally able to survive the great calamity with Lin Ming. Oftentimes, when a peerless genius arose, the influences that they grew up with would experience unprecedented catastrophes. This was because the inside background of these influences was far too lacking and they couldn't withstand the destiny that these unrivaled geniuses brought with them. In the end, all that awaited them was doom and destruction. Empyrean Demon Dawn didn't believe that the monster and demon races possessed such a background. At this time, in the skies, the good fortune Saint Sun was beginning his attack. The grand mist spirit bead hung high above his head. Countless ribbons of black light flowed out, sealing the surrounding space. Lin Ming. The good fortune Saint Sun's eyes were cruel and vicious. Facing Lin Ming, he already felt a deep sense of frustration. Originally, this should have been a battle that he easily won no matter what. However, with things having come this far, he had even taken out the Grand Mist Spirit Bead but still wasn't able to suppress Lin Ming. This caused the good fortune Saint Sun to be enraged. "I will kill you." The good fortune Saint Sun clenched his jaws. Towards this person known as Lin Ming, who completely suppressed him in terms of talent, the good fortune Saint Sun desperately wanted to destroy him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. More and more black silk ribbons appeared. This was the Grand Mist Spirit Bead's force field. After being enveloped in this force field, Lin Ming felt the blood vitality of his body gushing out, and even the power of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace was greatly limited. Grand Mist Spirit Bead, it was truly worthy of being regarded as the highest rank divine tools in existence. Even Lin Ming, who had an extremely solid foundation of blood energy, still found this enormous pressure difficult to withstand. Then, at this time, the good fortune Saint Sun moved. His body hurtled forwards. The golden power of good fortune erupted from his body like a volcano, dyeing the endless skies a glorious morning gold. Scorching hot power swept through the blue skies. It was like a golden sun had shattered in the skies, turning into endless rays of golden light. Although this was the good fortune divine art, after using the sovereign blood-body metamorphosis, the good fortune Saint Sun's utilization of the good fortune divine art was completely incomparable to before. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming also no longer held back. He opened the heretical god force to the limit. Behind him, the massive phantom of the heretical god tree appeared once more. Its vast power poured itself into the black dragon spear. This black dragon spear was a true divinity spirit treasure. No matter how much power Lin Ming poured into it, it would welcome all without reserve. Perhaps even stimulating 10% of the black dragon spear's strength would be enough to suck Lin Ming dry of energy. At the 5th level of the final trial, Lin Ming had only used one move with the black dragon spear to crush the undying polar ice. For that one move, the strength Lin Ming poured into the black dragon spear was nearly equal to half his total energy. First spear. Lin Ming grasped the black dragon spear. Dozens of billions of jins of strength erupted from within him. Strength rose from his waist. Blood vessels bulged on his arms. With hands as heavy as a mountain, he thrust the spear straight out. Behind Lin Ming, the giant Azura phantom fused into his body. Azura law runes wildly danced in the air. In order to conserve as much strength as possible, Lin Ming used the power of the Azura laws to stimulate movement of the black dragon spear. Ra! The black dragon spear's clarion cry rang out, like a dragon roaring into the deep blue skies. The good fortune Saint Sun's black sword collided with Lin Ming's spear. An unimaginably violent force erupted, tearing the surrounding space to shred. The mortal bodies of the two opponents were as solid as divine iron. In such a violent collision, anything that wasn't at least an Empyrean spirit treasure would be turned into ash. As for the energy waves, they blasted out onto the bodies of the two with metallic ringing sounds, forcefully withstood. Even the space storms that swept out were stiffly shouldered all the same. Catcher. With a loud explosion, the good fortune Saint Sun's black sword light was stiffly torn apart by Lin Ming's black dragon spear. The black dragon spear moved forwards with unstoppable force, pushing straight through. Lin Ming's right arm sank and dozens of spear lights shot out from the black dragon spear. They were like massive mountains, locking down the heavens. The good fortune Saint Sun had immediately fallen into an encirclement of Lin Ming's spear lights. Lin Ming has the upper hand. Some human Empyreans cried out in shock. They never imagined that Lin Ming's strike would actually break through the good fortune Saint Sun's sword light, and even soon hit his body. Scales of the sovereign blood. Seeing Lin Ming's spear thrust towards him, the good fortune Saint Sun bellowed out loud. The golden scales covering his body began to emit a blinding radiance. He had actually chosen to forcefully withstand Lin Ming's spear strike. Although 80 to 90% of Lin Ming's attack power had been blocked by the black sword light, the remaining 10 to 20% was still something that would not be easy to resist. If the good fortune Saint Sun chose to withstand this strike with his body, he would absolutely be injured. In that moment, Lin Ming's strength gushed out. The true dragon blood within him began to boil over. The two Dao palaces within him erupted with an incredible strength again and again. As he struck out with the black dragon spear, he vigorously pulled back his spear and thrust out 9 times, using the skill of the 100 layered waves to superimpose the strength of these 9 spear strikes together. These 9 spear strikes had no energy poured into them and were used with Lin Ming's bodily strength alone. This was because Lin Ming had just used his first move and it was impossible for him to summon the strength for the second move too quickly. Thus, he could only use his bodily strength to stiffly stab out his spear several more times to increase the might of the attack. This was already the limit of what he could do. Catcher. The black dragon spear heavily smashed into the good fortune Saint Sun's chest. The horrifying striking power of a peak true divinity spirit treasure was hard to imagine. Even though Lin Ming's spear strike had been weakened again and again, it still cracked apart the good fortune Saint Sun's protective astral essence and shattered his golden scales, causing him to vomit a massive amount of blood. The good fortune Saint Sun has been injured. Whether it was the human guests or the martial artists from the monster and demon races, they all gasped in shock. Ever since the battle started, this was the first time that the good fortune Saint Sun had been injured. Moreover, this was not a minor wound, but a severe injury that caused the good fortune Saint Sun to vomit blood. Lin Ming with his half-step Holy Lord cultivation had actually forced the good fortune Saint Sun into such a situation. Moreover, the good fortune Saint Sun had even used his sovereign blood-body metamorphosis as well as having summoned the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. The body metamorphosized Lin Ming was far too terrifying. He was like an Azura of hell. Gods who blocked his way would be cut down, Buddhas who blocked his way would be slain. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.